Ladies and gentlemen, sirs and ma'ams, dudes and dames, are we ready for Sariel today? As I can't really find anything interesting about him in the interwebs, so we'll have to just do the interesting itself. He can shoot out thorns, so these thorns apply curse. Curse makes it so we avoid damage. Then we can replenish our cursed life to stagger opponents easily. I mean, he sounds cool, but the main concern I have and question, how early can we actually unlock him? Because he's technically a super late game shell. But that won't do, right? Gotta do Sariel the Cursed. So we'll gotta find out a way to level him up or get him as soon as possible. And then we can have our thorns do trauma, pain, curse. Yeah. We'll see, right? What is all possible? So curse says applying enough stacks, the curse curses the target and nullifying their next melee strike against you and turning it back up in them. So if I curse them a lot and build a lot of stacks, then the enemy should never be able to hurt me. Technically. That means new game. We'll have to delete this save here. I would like to skip the prologue. No, we need to actually delete the save. So new game, I need to delete the save. And then I need to skip the prologue. Yes. I'm going to start from the very, very beginning and work our way essentially to the Sariel unlock. And then weapon choices, tar stones. Maybe we're going to beat the game again in 5 hours like with Sister Ganessa. Who knows? I have to see. And there is possibilities. Bruno, good to see you there. Howdy, partner. Hope you're as excited as I am for this. As I'm not really sure about the prowess that Sariel has to offer. Curse seems so weird. The chainsaw thing, exactly, Bang. I had the chainsaw thing, I tried it out, but my scythe wasn't leveled. And it was underwhelming. Now I wonder if in leveled it's more overwhelming, or if we should just say good fucking bye to the scythe and play a different weapon. Right? Have to see. Bruno. Good morning, KO. Good to see you there. Welcome back from under the weather. Hope you'll recover quickly. I feared I would go under the weather this morning as well, but I got Gamescom coming, so I got no time for that. The chainsaw stone is crazy for proccing status. I'm not sure if like the scythe is what we're going for or one-handed weapons, because if we take like the dagger and axe, for example, we can really quickly apply stacks of whatever. So that would be one of the easier ways to just overload the enemy with whatever we want. Is curse so potent? We also have to recover our pain as fast as possible. It's also important because then we can inflict trauma. So if we can like go back and forth, I have to see. I'm 147 with level 21 scythe and it hits hard as fuck. You mean the chainsaw or which part of the like the general swings of the scythe? Well, we'll have to start with a Katana anyways, just for the sake of unlocking Sariel. Because first and foremost now we need to beef up our character. Because otherwise, we could actually go for the Veteran's Battle Axe instead of the Katana to maybe just kick Sariel over. Because that's what I did last time, I think. I just rushed into him, whirly-twirly, and I think it flung him through the room. I need to test that. That could be really simple. Let's put the unspoiled Ovum away. Then spoil their panties. For nerds. Kill everyone else, everywhere else as well. They give you gold too, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, I haven't decided on the scythe yet. I mean, I know that we'll play the Sariel. But I'm really unsure what the perfect weapon for him is. I kind of want to play Axe and Dagger again because then I can use Magdalena's skill. Magdalena's skill does a lot of damage if you use it the right way, in the right moment. And it could be interesting because I'm sure as hell not going to use Sariel's ability to shoot like thorns at opponents early on. Doesn't seem to be worth it in my eyes. Might use it while you're like going through areas. But otherwise his Y ability seems a bit weird. Maybe on range. When you're like moving away from a boss to build up a little bit of cursed life to then instantly hit him and restore cursed life. Skull's Wormstone on size when you land your first light attack hit. But isn't the Skull's Wormstone needs you to activate it first, and then each hit has your size go like brrr, brrr, right? And it just does like bonus attacks as it's like carving up the opponent. That's how I understood it. Nice, good to see you there. Greetings to Brazil. 2 procs in 2 seconds. Okay. Well, then we'll have to try that one out. Gotta figure out where the Scholar's Wormstone did actually drop early from. So first, let's begin with the preparation to unlock Sariel. We should at least get ourselves to level 6, I think. Get some levels under our belt. Then we're gonna get ourselves the...
Praise the blessed mother.
Shut your mouth! Let mother my ass. And we should be... probably teal. Teal should work. 2 chainsaw stones. Yeah, there's one chainsaw stone where you go with your size like brum, and then it goes and you kind of like can just poke it into the opponent, right? It's really weird. Like it activates it, it goes like and then and it drains your resolve like slowly. That one I didn't like because it makes you super immobile once you do it, and that's not cool. Shadowflame, what are we doing? We're doing Sariel as requested. A lot of people have been like literally pointing a finger at me, being like, there is no Sariel build in the internet. And I will admit, I look things up, right? I wake up in the morning, I check some stuff on the internet. I was like, is there anything Sariel-wise out there? And I'm like, no. There's not a single interesting Sariel build out there. Gragu all day. I don't like Gragu personally, but I do believe that's just me being difficult writer's block. As Gragu is fantastic, my problem with him is that technically, he can have infinite heals, but what for, right? I mean, I played my Sister Ganassa playthrough, for example, and I used like 1 or 2 heals at most during a boss fight if I didn't just like rush the boss down like super bum rush style. So the question is like, what is even, why even infinite heals? Gummy, how's it going? Very well. I mean, it's Monday, new week. We got 2 more streams today and tomorrow. Then I'm going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at Gamescom, but we have some streams coming from Gamescom. I got actually some invitations from some companies to stream from their boothies. Plus, there is a lot of videos planned with new Gamescom stuff. NDA sponsor things, I can't tell you more. So, quite exciting week for me ahead, right? I'm going to see the new PoE 2 stuff, and we get more information on the 27th about it anyways. So that has me pretty pumped as well. Like, pretty pumped. Because new things are always cool. Ow. Yeah, you don't look at me. Exciting week ahead. Many things I can share with you, but not right now. Sariel is basically a tank. I heard he has 2nd or 3rd most HP, which is going to be a complete different playing than with my other shells before. Oh shit, I forget. I wanted to pick up teal. You know what? Let's not. I mean, let's just pick up Proxima. Screw teal. I mean, I'm just like on the way here, so we'll just get Proxima. It's an easier run. Screw it. Screw. Burger will get a rework down the line. Well, I'm not sure how much or how many patches reworks we will actually see, right? Because even if nothing changes in the game, it's still in a good state. Now, would I like to see some of the shells buffed? Absolutely. Because when you look at Proxima, Proxima says shock damage is doubled. And then you look at something like Gragu, who's like, Blood Curse can refill your heals. Okay, not bad, but where's my double damage, right? You look at Laszlo, who says, when someone burns Laszlo, he gets warp stacks. But no enemies burn you, right? So, what? Right? What? It's just like, there's an imbalance between, obviously, not everything has to be OP, right? Like, sure, not every character has to be a damage monster. Some people have their niche and so on. But it's just like when these skills are so imbalanced in that case. Seems a bit weird. There's currently a few videos showing how you can constantly heal yourself using the Shepherd Totems, Kuni. How would you heal yourself with a Shepherd Totem? You mean by like turning into a sheep and then unturning from a sheep, or what am I missing? Sariel, with the right build, you could basically keep freezing time and smashing people without being hit once, or at least the beginning of NG Plus is too easy with Sariel. Well, I'm going to be looking forward to what we get together with this. Thank you for the Axatana guide. Followed it to the point, even got caught in the bear traps. Thanks for keeping it authentic. Doesn't Laszlo burn himself, though? Laszlo burns himself, but he hires... he increases his heat meter. That is not burn. The burn in Laszlo's speciality refers to actually, like, getting burned. Like if an enemy would burn you. Oh, you can skip the memories. Well, you know how much that is actually making me happy right now. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy going through these memories once. That's it. Right? I don't want to watch the memories more often than once. Okay, we're going to get the axe instead of the Axatana now, chat. And the basic idea behind this is that the axe is realistically better for what we're going to do than the Axatana. Well, let me be a bit... Oh, I did not mean to actually explode that with my own two hands. That was not in the cards. Okay. We did not mean to do that. Oh, wait. I kind of want to have that. But I don't have the... What is it called again? Power to do so right now. Wait, I should be way smarter than that. I never thought about it this way, but you can just jump down, pick up the weapon, equip the weapon, and then instantly have a +4 weapon to already deal with him. Why are we picking this up? Because when you have specific bosses and you do this one here, it like throws the bosses away. And I'm pretty sure that should be the easiest way how we can deal with Sariel. When I just throw him around the room. Right? What's been your favorite shell to play? Despite the power of Sester Ganessa, and also the awesomeness that my Proxima playthrough gave me, I will admit that my favorite shell was Aerodrim. And that's simply due to the fact that you can parry like an absolute god. Nothing even remotely compares to the act of just so easily fighting of things. Is stupid. Like you parry with the moderately increased parry windows like 2 minutes before the enemy even hits you, and ka-ching, you're still actually parrying. It's so good. Now for the two-handed weapon. We should pick up the Auspicious Stone. Quickly for the bonus crits. We should pick up... I wonder if I should pick up the Shrike Stone, because that would make the fight versus Sariel probably a no-brainer. Right? It's the Shrike Stone. The Shrike Stone is the one that throws you in the air. And for that, I would have to play already in the first Shadow Gate. Proxima is the least cheesy shell. Sir? Have you not seen our Blessed by Lightning build that pretty much perma-stuns every single opponent? I wouldn't go too far to call her the least cheesy shell. More like, yeah. Maximum Cheese Maggie. Is Proxima with Hammer any good? I don't like the Hammer at all. Like, not even 10%. So, hard for me to give you a statement on that. Teal is cheesier. I mean, Teal is just straightforward busted. Has, like, longer infinite dodge windows that are just so superior amongst other shenanigans. So, it's hard to compare Teal to anything else, as he just outshines everything by a mile and beyond, right? Since he's just such an ease-of-use character. I still personally think that Aerodrim is easier cheese of use because of the, again, great parries. But then again, you also gotta get used to the parries, actually. And despite, like, moderately longer window, you still gotta get used to it, right? How would you compare Mortal Shell to Lords of the Fallen? Lords of the Fallen is more vast, but also more clunky. Despite all the changes they put in the game. I think Lords of the Fallen would need to, like, everything would have to be smoother. No matter what you do, the game feels, like, graphically good, but movement-wise from like, not from this century. Quite a bit ago. Okay, we have all of this. I would now teleport back. I'm just, like, trying to think, what do I want beforehand? I would want an ability, but the only ability that we could get... is the charged heavy attack. Lords of the Fallen 2 will be better, I hope. Me too. Me too. And Lords of the Fallen in itself, great premise, but the tech behind just didn't deliver. Right? Okay, let's get the vessel, the glims. As I said, we could maybe buy this Tarstone here, the unwieldy one, for that charged heavy attack. Because you can actually use it on every. And the interesting part about this is, even if you're not going to use it, right? Even if you're not going to use the stone much, if you kill an enemy with a charged heavy, it will give you leech, and leech will make you have more max HP. So despite not having like a fitting attack for your weapon, something that actually works well together what you do, you could still just use it to kill things and therefore make yourself stronger. Right? Okay, now let's make our way to Sariel to check out how hard would he be with our current state of how strong we are. I do believe we're way too weak, but we at least got to make our way there to test how difficult would it be. Give me Harris, please. I mean, Harris could be part of a DLC. You get outskirts of Mammon, yeah. One thing I really dislike about Tarstones is that the light attack weapons, right? The light attack spam weapons, they have the perfect stone with duality. But what stone do the other weapons have? What super good stone do the two-handed weapons have that makes sense? You have like every fifth attack is a crit, right? But how good is that really? Because every fifth attack with the two-handed weapon is kind of like every blue moon. Let's go with the Black Needle. Exactly. So kind of two-handed weapons only have warp. Warp would give you more attack speed. But that would also only work when you're playing extremely aggressive. Otherwise, those warp stacks also don't really work. How hard did you find the last boss? He's not difficult, but he's challenging regardless. I mean, generally speaking, the final boss has like 4 moves or so, right? He could impale you. He could... like, do the overhead sword hit thingy. But he doesn't have many moves. I mean, not compared to other bosses like Sir Isaac. Now, we did fight him, for example, with Sester Ganessa yesterday. And my Sester Ganessa build was absolutely mental. And I pretty much could just slice him dice into pieces. But that has a lot to do with how OP Sester Ganessa is. Okay, how would I now get the best way to Sariel? And where's the beacon in front of him? Ah, shit. I mean, you can get there by going up, around. Like, where's the beacon? That's my question. You get warp late opposed to duality. Exactly. So in order to get there, I need to go down, over. Oh, goodness. Do like a full rotation. Down, over, and down. Oh! I know you can get down there, but I should have like walked a bit further and done that. And I know that there's a beacon somewhere there, which is essentially going to help us kill Sariel. But where is the beacon? That's the big question. I had a lot of fun on Elden Ring. Is this game worth the pickup? Well, I've been playing now over 80 hours in this game with multiple playthroughs and multiple difficulties with multiple shells. And to be fair, it's still very much fun. So this is not even like a content creator thing, right? Where I just content create. It's also just genuine fun to play. I haven't gotten bored by it. Are there some elements that are annoying? Yeah. Are the annoying elements skippable? Like with just leaving and joining the game? Yep, that too. Right? Can you do some cool things? How to become OP early, which is always nice to see. Yes, absolutely. With cheese and cream on top. So also very nifty. go past these two. And there's a beacon here. So we got these guys sitting in front of it. But where is the beacon? Donde está la biblioteca? No, this was Silent Steps. Jump portal. Oh, that's the beacon. Yeah, yeah. Ha 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 ha, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. Because with this beacon, you can now jump up. And you get like these dudes hunkering in front of the thingy, but we could just... This is why I like this weapon, because that's going to be me fighting the boss now. I'm going to just get in close and personal and just yoink him around. And this is like what you can do with Sariel as well. I'm just not sure. Let me see. If it actually worked, you know? Yeah, damage-wise it works, so that's good. I need to use harden probably in that moment. When I go like up really twirly and then I harden and then I go for the follow-up. Something in that direction. Bosses are way too weak compared to other mobs. Depends on the boss. Oh my goodness. Range Sariel. Oh my lord. I hate axe moves. Okay, I guess I can beat her with this. I'm just not sure if the axe katana would still be easier. Because with the axe katana, I would dodge around. Teal, I think, would also be easier. We could try to see how much our biosampler is staggering him. Because that's obviously an option that I hadn't like gone into yet. Right, what if I biosampler him? Have to see about that. Kira's thing with 116 months of subscriptions. Kira, so good to see you there. For the long amount of time you've been with us. Okay, he cursed me, and I ate that cursed hit. Okay, we got him. So that was relatively simple. Right, then you can go collect the Galvanic shards. You have to follow him up. Ladder it. He goes here, opens that door. We're not going to follow him yet. We're going to go back here quickly to... get our heal up. Teal's low QP. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, would Teal just be better for this fight? Because I could just dodge out of the way and then keep hitting, right? I mean, I can get it done with a weapon. So my step one plan worked out. Like, this was a preparation of... what do we do? Like, not even 10 minutes preparation. So it's pretty simple to get this done. We get the tar stone. We get the tar stone. We get the forge stone. We get everything. It's nice. What build is this, Izo? We're gonna use Sariel. So we just started. Brand new character, right? 29 minutes ago, 28 minutes ago. Okay, why is this closed? Oh, now it opens up. Yeah, that had me confused. Never happened before. Let's fake ride. So we can dodge left. Okay, the thing is, you just gotta beat him another time, right? So that was number one. Number one's not enough. Gotta beat him number two. Fight him again. Bring distance between us. Goes in. Perfect. Now we know that he's half HP. I'm not sure. Do we have Moonshine at this point already? Shit, we don't have Moonshine. We have the Grisha Remnant. We have this if we want to. Sure, if we had the Moonshine. Fall down. That shatters the first. Then we can shatter second. And done. Because now you just need to... distance because you cursed us. Aha! One Grisha Remnant, please, ladies and gentlemen. Damn, I thought this would be harder. We got it, chat. And I was told now that we can actually avoid doing this memory. So you can inhabit this, but instead of now waiting through this, you can... You cannot end the game. Oh, I had to end the game. Yeah, I can now exit to main menu, exactly. And I can continue. And get ourselves... No, we don't have him. Oh, because I didn't inhabit Shell. Wait, or do I now walk back and then inhabit Shell? That would like be longer than just waiting for the cutscene. That would be better just waiting for the cutscene, right? I've been running the skills fighting cowboy made for the Sariel build. I saw that Sariel build this morning. Wasn't terribly impressed. Just no offense. I've seen like many build attempts on YouTube the past days. And it's been more like the standard cookie cutter things you could find. Probably we'll have to like talk to the Sariel shell here. Or it just broke it. Ah, now I can inhabit. No, I need to do it again. See? So we couldn't abort the cutscene. At least we tried. I definitely want to try out the scythe. Two reasons for that. I like the scythe moves in general. And I really have to find out if the stones are worth it. Because you got each chainsaw spin deals weapon-based damage. And I just gotta see how that works. Like, there's the Scholar's Wormstone, and then there is another one, like, what's it called again? Let me see. There's the Scholar's Wormstone, and then there's one called... the Clockwork Shardstone? Was it that? Yeah. But I think we need the Scholar's Wormstone. I just don't know where to actually get that one. Oh, wait. The Scholar's Wormstone is from defeating Sir Isaac. Oh, God, no. Pain. That's really late. I love the sweeping move from running light attack with a scythe. That's what I'm looking for, Eerie. That's what I'm looking for. Now let's open up the Gauntling. Size OP with Blood Curse. I'm not sure which infusion we're going to take, but Blood Curse seems to be the most reasonable one. I'm not entirely sure what other infusions size can take. Did someone check already? The problem is I had to delete my save that has all the tar stones. Why did I have to delete that save? Well, I only have 3 saves, and I already have done 4 playthroughs, so I needed one more. Problems. So I'll need to check which infusion actually works with the scythe. Switch to Sariel. Okay, so we got Sariel. He works simple, kind of like, so base Sariel works simple. He can convert normal damage over to pain, and pain is something that you can restore by dealing damage. So you get like kind of cause yourself pain, create this white HP, and then hit the opponent to kind of restore your pain and be good about it. Okay, we're also getting the caged histories. That is, if I'm not mistaken, actually quite good, right? Because you pull it out and then you go machine gun. Which seems to be like a reasonable cool weapon. Okay, since we're already here, what I would say is we're also going to pick up the Axatana. And then we're going to use the Axatana to upgrade our scythe. Shitty game. Wasn't my fault. Stupid game mechanics, chat. Not my fault that I'm an idiot. Where did that jump lead you again, chat? Does someone remember? See, like this is the main thingy that the scythe has. Like this charge, and then bob, bob. And then you follow up with light, light, light. Right? And that's like, this is elite move. Where did this one take you again? Over here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yes. Winter glass. A lot of money. So where the hell am I? Trying to like figure out where am I compared to the world right now. Ah, I'm here. Yeah, I got it. Ah, Mom! It's trying to laser me. Leave me alone. Top 3 weapons? Yeah, I could get behind that. Elden Ring added crouch post jump attacks, but games like Mortal Shell does have enough depth ammo. Honestly, jump attacks, like, we wouldn't need jumping in this game. I mean, sure, you have, like, the running attacks that are kind of like jump attacks in time. But let's be fair, or let's not pretend that jump attacks in Elden Ring are just a complete stupid cheese. When I can beat complete Elden Ring by heavy attack jumping every single opponent, and it's not even close. Don't pretend I can't, right? Because I can. Okay, let's do the... Damn, cage history, huh? Let's go. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Destroy. Okay, exit to main menu. There's one that generates results with light attack finishers. Yeah, I saw that one. But I never found it. It is called the... Oh, wow. I have seen it, like, in a video, actually. The one that... But I really don't know, like... where that one was actually from. Like, it's called the... Was it Zealot Stone? I think... Was it the Zealot Stone? Let me just double check. Yeah, Zealot Stone gives you bonus, but I don't know where it comes from. Zealot Stone comes from... Clear the Besieged Ruins. Where the fuck is that? And right now I would go for the blood for the blood curse first infusion-wise. We can pick that up really easy. Yeah, we're here to lend a hand. Here, take this. Get the actuator. Also give the foundry stone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we did this. Then we can now take our, what's this? So smelt equipment. I can smelt the Axatana. And that gives me enough Ventrium to go like for... Clockwork Scythe is not plussed in the beginning. Are you completely kidding me? It comes as a 1er when the Axatana comes as a 5er. What is that genuine amount of bullshit? I mean, at least it gives me the resources to do so. And not only the resources to do so, because now I can smelt the Veteran's Battle Axe, right? To get some more, because that was the whole trick. Now I can go to +6, and I can use the Laterit to actually go for +7, and I'm almost ready to go for +8. Ta-da. From 0 to +7, just like that. Early for season 16, it's season 15, Paul. And yes, we're excited for season 15. I'm gonna definitely play that one. Ah, shit. I wanted to spend my glimpses to upgrade my shell. And down we go again. And down we go. I don't think the first levels are super interesting for Sariel. The later levels become better. I collect every Tarstone, so I've been so many places I forget where I picked them up. Dude. Worst part is that I had to like delete my character that has all of them because I was using him as reference to like just figure out things. Okay, we can do glimpse. We have 5 more glimpses, so we can already go for tier 2 just like that, chat. It's actually pretty strong. So what can we do? We could get damaging enemies cures more pain, which is actually useful. We also have Sariel generates it here. I wanted to fuck around with this one because I think it's super interesting. Because this says, like, we generate trauma when we cure our pain. Okay? And the basic idea is that when we take damage, it would be turned into pain so that we can use the damage pain to cleanse and then trauma the opponent, because trauma is break over time. And the basic idea is that we get the enemy broken many times. Now, by the way, where's the curse infusion from? That's something we need to know. Let me check all Tarstone locations, infusions. The curse infusion is from the Serpent Stone, Amber Seed, Curse Blood. Curse Blood was very late in the game, if I'm not mistaken, right? Curse Blood was from defeat the Gloombound Wraith. But isn't... Wait, we could get that one super early. We could get the curse one super early. Because I don't think the Gloombound Wraith is that hard. Because the idea is that you obviously want to have curse on the enemy as often as possible. Because curse makes you invulnerable. Technically. I have the Zealot Stone. It's in the area where those coffin monsters are. The dungeon is at the side of the cliff with one of these rock-throwing mobs. Okay, we'll have to look it up probably. First things first, let's kill the dude here. What are we gonna do? We're gonna pummel him because we can with our shotgun. See, now I'm gonna cure my... See, he has trauma on him. Because the enemy hit me, I get curse, but I clear curse, right? And whenever I clear curse, he gets trauma. Now, my trauma stacks are not that plenty. So it's not that powerful yet. We're working on that. You could also do this to build up white health, right? And then we could instantly apply trauma. So you pretty much go hit, thorns, hit thorns, right? And just have them like continuously traumatized because of that. That's what you could technically do. Yeah, it's the dude in the library that shoots books, exactly. And that dude in the library should be like super easy to take down early. I really don't see where that one should actually be any kind of obstacle to us. So I'm not even sure if we need this one where something needs to become pain, right? We can probably make our own pain. Thorns deal more damage. Let's do that one. I mean, the whole trauma thingy is only worth it against bosses, pretty much. So, gotta keep that in mind. Do you by chance know why there is a dungeon single room? No, I've never seen that dungeon single room you're mentioning, sir. So we can do thorns, curse the enemy, restore our white health. He gets trauma. You probably just have to get that trauma leveled faster because the more trauma we apply, the better it is. We could also make our... We could also make our... ranged weapon applied trauma. That's something that's possible as well. Size very good, but so slow. That's why you can take warpstone to make it faster. Probably the easiest way to just increase the speed in general. Oh, we need a cleanse beacon to get some upgrades. I mean, so far, I'm happy with this setup. We still gotta find out if we want Curse early. Because Curse is just an interesting mechanic. Again, Curse makes the enemy hit their attack and hit themselves. So it's like not only bonus damage, it's also a get out of jail card. Right? Dude, the cage... Ooh, the cage history is insane. What the fuck? Thorns him. See, now he's cursed, so I know that his next attack can't hit me, and I can just keep hitting him. You know what I mean? That's like why Curse is so interesting. It's kind of like a get free out of jail card where you can beat the enemy off, but he can't beat you off because he's beating himself off in the middle of combat. Disgusting, honestly. Exploration is super hard and slow. Depends what you're playing. I, for example, played the two-handed Veterans Battle Axe. And with the Veterans Battle Axe, like, I wouldn't say that discovery was slow in any way. I was literally just, like, speed zooming through. No consequence of my action. Just like, bam. Just go there. Like, it is crazy. If you choose, like, for example, if you go for Proxima as well and choose her lightning stuff, exploration is also not slow because you go biosampler, 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 right? And you just biosampler your way through shit without ever having to stop because, like, she's just broken. Okay, so someone said Zealot Stone. Let me double check the dungeon. Zealot's Stone. Luckily, there are these YouTube channels, and a big shout out to them that make videos for just single purpose. Like, I don't do these, right? Where it's just like, where is the Zealot Stone? I never make a video like that. I mean, the Zealot Stone might be contained in one of my guides, right? But I'd never make a video that's just about finding that specific one stone. But there's like these great YouTube channels out there that actually have these kind of informations, and you know what? I cherish them for that. Because how often do I forget where shit is? I don't actually want to talk about it because it's a lot. Ah! Oh, shit. Meanwhile, me just trying to be an absolute demon shooting things. Up the gate. The maze, honestly, the maze, the only thing I like about the maze is when you use it for throwing. What do I mean? Well, so you can use the Lost Clotstone to throw the two-handed mace. And since the two-handed mace is the slowest weapon, I do believe that the Lost Clotstone gives it actually the most damage. Even better are the channels that make 1-minute videos, Ari. Yes, I mean, if you want to present where a dungeon is, one single dungeon, you can't really stretch that out into an 8-minute video. That would make no sense, right? There's like, if you're trying to do that, you're just wasting everyone's time involved. And wasting everyone's time involved is never a good thing. Okay, so from here, I should find this raven, but how do I get to that raven again? Because my problem is... Oh, by the way, this is going to attack me. How do I know that is that specific one? You see it in the texture. Like, I'm not sure if I can point that out to you properly. But you can distinguish the textures of these. Here, this one, for example, up there is also one that will pop open. And you can distinguish them easily. There's one more. There's one more. First things first, we're going to activate the beacon. Because this is for my curse infusion, if I'm not mistaken. Is this not for my curse? Let me see if I'm not crazy. How does this game compare to Lies of P? It is close to Lies of P. I think Lies of P still comes out ahead, simply by virtue of story, setting, and leveling plus weapon variety. Because if you ever played Lies of P, like, you know, you get this, like, really cool thingy with the different kind... No, this is not what I'm looking for. You get this really cool thing where you can put, like, different weapon handles on the weapons and then create, like, cool, like, weapons you've never seen before. That's actually pretty damn nifty. Okay, so that is not the dungeon I was looking for. What's the best non-from... Lies of P. Lies of P is the best non-from soft Souls-like. Here. Okay, from here on out, we need to find the Zealous dungeon. The Zealot dungeon is supposedly... I mean, first, before I find the Zealot dungeon, I need to find Rook. I'll actually go here. If I had to rate all Souls-like games in order, for me personally, it is Lies of P is my personal number 1. Then Elden Ring is my number 2. And my number 3 is actually Kazan, the first Berserker. If you've never played that one, you won't understand, but that one is a supreme game. It's not even close. like my top 3. You find Mortal Shell more fun-inducing? Mortal Shell is more open than Lies of P. So in Lies of P, you have this more linear design where you start with a certain power level and you can't just run away from that power level, if that makes sense. So you cannot get stronger ahead of time. You are forced to jump like through specific loops and hoops for strength. That doesn't mean that there are not powerful builds to do, right? They're not ways to power, but it's not compared like to this more open worldish feeling Souls Adventure. Okay, so the dungeon is supposed to be right here. Am I supposed to just jump down here? Allegedly, I am. Chan. Haha. Now, what awaits me here? Because this is like a very late game dungeon. Thought about getting Kazan too. When you think about Kazan, great game, but you need to be willing to fight your opponents. So let's say you like parrying in this game, fantastic. You probably enjoy Kazan, but it's another level. Because Kazan has on top of the parry mechanic, so it has a parry, but it has also a clash mechanic, which is kind of like attacking at the same time as the opponent. And then it has also a specific deflect for specific attacks on top of that with cream and cheese. So it's a little more than just that. Okay, this wasn't the dungeon though. Right? Because there's supposed to be a stone in here. So what am I missing? Oh, I'd assume that there's an illusionary wall somewhere here. Ah, touch the helmet. The Chism of Mammon. Okay, I'm living through a memory. I'm one of these big knights, finally, Chan. I've been waiting to become one of these for quite a while. Never finished Kazan. Yeah, that one is hard to finish too. Because the final fight is insane. Okay. Oh, I did this. I did this. I'm the chosen one. You're not supposed to actually fight anyone. You're just supposed to run through. Why are we still fighting him then? Because we can. Can I even kill him? I can. No, I can't. Okay. Oh. There is broken down walls. There is fog. There is castle. Okay. But I don't see, like, there's nothing for me to go further here. So allegedly I'm supposed to kill that thing, I guess. Or I'm supposed to find my way. Oh, I died. I could die? Was I supposed to die? Oh, I was supposed to die. Ah, you survive until you get an arrow into the helmet. So what do I get myself here, chat? Look at this tar stone. It's called grants access to a special light combo finisher. So right now my light combo is this. 1, 2, 3. Right? And then when you equip the tar stone, you get 1, 2, 3. Right? And that final light combo finisher is then going to get you more resolve. And that's 150% resolve. I'm not sure how useful that will be. So have to see. Yeah, you know what? Let's return back to the latest beacon. Now I need the Gate of Infinity beacon. So where was that one? The Cursed Bloodstone. The Cursed Bloodstone is obtained as a reward for defeating the Gloombound Wraith, a boss in the Forbidden Archives, the dungeon within the Gate of Infinity beacon. But which one was that? The Gate of Infinity was... The Gate of Infinity, the one below? You know what? The first thing we need to do is we need to unlock fast travel. This is getting annoying because we just need enough OVA to get ourselves fast travel. So I guess let's work on that so that we do not have to jump and bump like weirdos anymore. And we can actually just go places right away. So let's do this. I mean, the start has been very good so far, but I feel we need more. Did I pick up enough? I am missing one more laterite to upgrade my weapon. And we're decent. We can spend our glimpses. I'm asking because I'm to get one Souls-like. I'm interested to get challenged. Some say Sekiro, but I'm kind of not. So Sekiro, I would never do as your first Souls-like because the challenge there is only for people that are used to Souls-likes. Otherwise, you're probably only going to have frustration. I'm going to be honest with you. Again, if you're looking for a challenging Souls-like that, like one of the more challenging Souls-like with great mechanics, I would still go with Lies of P. It's a fantastic beginner Souls-like that still has tons of challenge ready for it. And great NG plus as well. It's probably like easy to jump into, difficult to master, with a breadth and scope of different things you can do, builds and that kind of stuff. And there's even like easy mode because you can summon if you wanted to. And on top of the summons, you could also get yourself... on top of the summons, you could get yourself... Yeah. Throwables. Sekiro is one of the most rage-inducing games of all time, but arguably the most rewarding. Yes. I did actually, like, after beating Sekiro, I don't know when it came out. What was it, 2020? It's quite a while ago when Sekiro came out. So after beating it the first time, I kind of like a few years later booted it up again to kind of like check, hey, would I enjoy like maybe do a platinum trophy in Sekiro or something? And I played the game for 10 minutes. I was like, nope, I just never want to touch the game again. I've beaten it, right? Thoroughly beaten it. I have killed the final hardest boss, not the low B hardest, not the low B hard boss, right? And I was like, no, I never want to touch the game again. It's fine. I'm good, you know? Great experience, 10 out of 10, would never do it again. And not because it's a bad game, but just because it's like a very, 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 very stressful game. To the extent of like, I really don't want to ever see you again. Alone for the Cage Historics is like super worth it to unlock Sariel early, I'd say. And that shit is just gold. Get shit on! Yeah, I like that. Fantastic. Honestly, fantastic. How much frame gen are you using? I think 1 frame gen. You have to have the right mindset. Yes, Sekiro, you can't just enter with, let's just have some casual fun. Because you won't. You won't. Right when you're like, let's do a round of Sekiro and just enjoy ourselves. No, you won't. How about we don't do that? How about we don't? Pretty much the best way. I mean, there's one Souls game, for example, that I like to always jump back in for Souls training, I call it, and that's Dark Souls 3. I do this every X month. I install the game, boot it up again just to kill the first boss to see if I still got it. Because in Dark Souls 1, you pretty much spawn, and 10 minutes later, you already have to take on the first boss. And he's hard. He's hard. And it shows in the completion rate because most people that have bought Dark Souls 3 have actually never beaten that boss. It was an absolute bold design decision that fans of the genre love. That obviously people that are just dabblers of the genre are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You absolute little shits. Guess you're playing 2K? Yes. Can't play in 1080p anymore. Oh, I gotta say I'm digging the weapon here right now. I mean, the whole trauma plan that I had is not really working, but it's beyond the point. We'll have to see what we do with that down the line. Werewolf's Meat is not a Souls-like. I mean, you could call this Souls-like if you wanted to. The way how you're fighting bosses, yes, definitely Souls-like combat. But the game is like, Werewolf's Meat is not a Souls-like game. It just has Souls-like combat, right? Now we could be like, you could say we're nitpicky here, so Souls-like game, Souls-like combat. Where's the difference, like, right? Okay, so you know, ooh, we killed him. Hee. But that's just like. Being nitpicky or not nitpicky about definitions. But if you want to, you can call all these games ARPGs. Because they're kind of like action role-playing games. Right? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to shoot her child, guys. Then we're going to curse the living ever shit out of it. Okay, we're not. Okay, cool. And we're done. Oh, we can't shoot that as well. So it's just that monster that you can't shoot. This is an interesting problem to have. Okay, so you can just not shoot the monster because, let me check my notes. Reasons. If it has no PvP, that is not Souls. No, that's like a personal definition. Okay, so you need 10 OVA, if I'm not mistaken, to unlock fast traveling. And then we can look for the Gate of Infinity shenanigans. Cursed kill. Oh, hello? You're not... Okay, I never wanted to open that chest anyways. Did you play Remnant? Yes, I played Remnant from the Ashes. Great game. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to test our metal against the bug, Chan. Because we all know that the bug is quite the opposition. What you're going to do is you're going to curse him. Right? So this bug is now cursed. That means when he attacks me, he's going to get thrown back. Then I'm going to defend against him, curse him again, right? And attack him again, which has him thrown back. And then I just win. See like how useful the whole curse mechanic pretty much can be? Curse him, then attack, and restore. And the cool thing again is whenever I restore the white HP created by my curse, that will inflict trauma on the opponent. Which is, I think, working quite nicely. I think this one could do more damage in itself because that would be like useful. But even if it doesn't do more damage in itself, it's still kind of useful. And Notorial, the last song, I never actually played that one, but it's supposed to be good, Sudarm. So right now, the early Sariel, again, what are we doing? We do more Thorns damage. We do damage an enemy cures more pain. So I'm always like instantly pain filled up with every hit. I'm not sure if this one is required, by the way. And then we get Sariel puts trauma on the opponent, which is again damage over time, break over time. The pain amount I think is not worth it, the Exodus of Thorns, but you can do break damage with Thorns as well, so that's interesting. Cursed enemies self-inflict damage also suffer from break damage. That one is really cool because that will have enemies just, you know, cure. And you can, as long as Sariel is at max pain, you could get resolve refilling, but that's also not worth it. So my main thought is right now I want to work with entitlement and I want to work with reversal. Kind of like entitlement, reversal, and then see if I can like build up a lot of break easily. It's a little bit of a different playstyle than the prior ones that we have done, but that's the cool thing. Each build has like unique playstyles, and we obviously want to use our scythe. The biggest issue is that the strongest Tarstone for the scythe is not available to us until we kill Isaac the Scholar Prince, and I can't do that early. That's just not happening. I wonder how quick I could get the Warp Stone and if the Warp Stone would actually work with the Scythe. Look that up. Okay. Do a Blood Curse. Look him up. Fall down. Give him the curse. Okay, that one still hits me. Even when he's... See how he's getting, like, break over time here, by the way? Oh, he just vanished in the moment. See, now I have trauma. I had my... What's it called again? I had my thingy up. Like, so I self-inflict myself with a little bit of cursed HP. Then I hit him, trauma, and I can instantly execute him. So even without, like, parrying or blocking things, we can force, like, executions. And that should, like, work really well down the line. I think, at least. Now, what I notice is that we actually never get to that light attack combo finisher. Right? So when you're like, hey, Pony, when are you going to light attack combo finish? I don't. I just don't. So not sure how much that more resolve is actually worth it, or if we should go for a different one. And I guess the forced crit one could also be good. Every 5th attack is a forced crit. It seems also a bit... Eh? Yeah, I wanted that to happen because I literally hate being alive. Absolutely despise living. Stupid frog. Good. I mean, I do love the moves of this one. It just goes hard. Like, the range is mental. Up and also down again. I'm gonna pull this out and she exploded. I see how much the tethering is actually working in my favor, because usually the tethering works in favor of our enemies, right? But here in this case, the tethering is absolutely working in my favor. I'm just getting flung forward into the opponent by like 40 miles per hour. Then you have Mother's Breath now. Oh, after that OVA. I thought it was like 10 OVA for Mother's Breath, but if you say it's just that boss, that's obviously really useful. And I don't have to go back yet though, so give me a moment. We need to kill the spider first. Now I'm gonna try to just shoot it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna just try to shoot it, right? Ha! Very satisfying. Very satisfying. Very. But I do feel like I definitely want the curse. Okay, I jump in, curse him. I thought I might like not use the thorns this much, but honestly, when you're approaching an opponent, it's just like always useful to have it, kinda. So not being able to take damage is quite useful. Right, I do this. I wanted to just like do my curse, and then I notice I can't. Oh my goodness, that was so slow. See, now that is cursed, so she cannot hit me, and I definitely win. Oh my lord, I'm just being Dumblecopter right now. Cage Historics. Ah, you're so lovely. And it's like level 1, right? The Cage Historic isn't even upgraded. Should we upgrade it, ladies and gentlemen? Should we get like a little bit more out of it? Feels almost like you should. Okay, which one was the Gate of Infinity again, guys? Gate of Infinity Beacon. Gate of Infinity Beacon. Gate of Infinity Beacon. Let me just say, I don't know where it is. Will you try Phantom Blade Zero once released? Yes, I will absolutely try Phantom Blade Zero once released. It is not a question. It is a certainty. Give Obsidian Lathe. Was the Gate of Infinity very bottom of the map, Agony? So the final one? Then you can't reach that one early. Shit. I thought you could actually reach it early, but then it's impossible to reach that one early. Ventrium. 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 Okay, I can get a +4 with the way I went. That's interesting. I can early get it to +4. And this one to +8, actually. That's crazy, too. So, +8 weapon, +4. That's pretty decent. Does the crossbow come with an upgrade, the Forgotten Crossbow? Does it come as +1 or... Why can't you reach the Gate of Infinity? Because you gotta kill a specific boss, and that boss is just simply not easy to kill. Problems. Because I know no other way to the Gate of Infinity, right? Like if it's really the bottom one, I don't know any other way there to that one, apart from all the way around. Okay. We go back to the Glutted Mire. Let me quickly double check. Warpstone was from... Warpstone was a combat one. Thief Stone was giving you warp. But where was the Thief Stone from? Thief was from... Ah, shit. You cannot get the Thief Stone early as well. Because the boss you actually have to kill for this is hard. She's like a cog block. I could probably kill her with... When I can show you the boss and we can try out how much damage we do against it, I just don't think we could get it right now. I mean, at least not before I have cleared out what we are doing here, right? Once I have this one here cleared out, I think we might be able to contend. We gotta check. She's difficult. Oh, I actually need the Shrike Stone. Not for the Scythe. It's really upsetting that a lot of the best stones for this character are hidden behind so many pitfalls. I got 2 points, so I want to go for more trauma. I want to get the 10 trauma stacks. And isn't there like a trauma infusion technically as well? You can beat her right now. I mean, I want to beat Magdalena first because it just seems like greedy to fight her in the first hour of the game. Let's actually take out Magdalena and then we can double check if I can actually beat her or not. Okay? Damn. SMG for days, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, this is what I like to see when they just get one hit. See that light attack combo finisher? There it was finally. I'm waiting for it the whole time. Tether! So now in order to avoid damage from him, we're going to curse him. And then go in. And if he now hits me, he just gets killed by his own hit. The Thief Stone gives you warp. So I'm talking about the Thief Stone, and the Thief Stones will give you warp, and warp gives you bonus attack speed. For every stack, more attack speed, and you can get like, I don't know, 20, 30 stacks or something like that. Actually, highly efficient. Now we're going to curse him as well. Then we're going to rush in. He's going to hit us with his first attack. It's going to stagger him back. And then we just win. Now you see why curse is so interesting. Okay, that one does... I thought the Karuta would actually work. So I gotta find out what's good for caged historics now. Jesus, I haven't actually ever looked at it. Is this build better than the teal one? I never made a teal build, so I don't know which teal one you're talking about. If this build is better than a teal one that someone else made, I could also not tell you because I'm not someone else. Right? I got 7 glimpses. Give me a second. We actually need to go back for Jiffy. How long does warp take? Warp is slowly degenerating. So you attack enemies, you stack up warp, and then each warp stack just keeps running out. Will the staggering back work against the wheelchair lady? We will see. Okay, now we get tier 3 already. Nothing worth it so far. Let's keep it this way. Clockwork Shardstone. Yeah, but we don't want the clockwork. The clockwork is not good. The other chainsaw stone is better. Clockwork Shardstone is really useless, if I'm honest with you. I don't even want to use that one. If it was for free. Someone gave it to me. It was like, here, Clockwork Shardstone. Like, nah. I'm good, brother. Thank you. You still get to see it there. Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to murder you, sir. Dude, what was that? What was that damage, ladies and gentlemen? Those sweeping attacks of the I'm being beaten off. Those sweeping attacks of the scythe, they went places. I'll tell you that much. They didn't do like a little, did like a lot. They need to lower the stagger amount of the histories. I mean, the historic doesn't stagger, sir, unless you're using the Slayer seal. Or what do you mean? Benji. I mean, if you use the stagger seal, nothing is a challenge. Because you're using the stagger seal. You quickly get, like, enough. Bloom, so we can... get a level up. I'm just like lazy and I want to go back. Yeah, so Benji, like Cage Histories and the Slayer Seal is OP. The Slayer Seal also is OP in general. I mean, the Slayer Seal is the easy mode of the game. And it's there to make things easier. Right? That's why it exists, essentially. Let's get a better time. He just imploded on impact with my scythe. Okay, just one more. Just quickly one more. Then we get the level up. Where's that gun you're shooting? It's called the Caged Histories. You get it in the same location where you get the shell and the weapon. So I pretty much get shell, weapon, and other weapon all in one spawn. So I don't really have to try around with anything anymore. Now, obviously, we got to find out what infusion works on the historics, because that would be intriguing to know. What can I do with it? Oh, goodness, I need one more. No achievements with the Slayer thingy. Yes, but if you... How do I say this now? If you're using the Slayer seal, I don't think you very much care about achievements. Correct me if I'm wrong. You know what I wonder about is if we should... Like, so generally, if Sariel has no pain, right? Then he will build up pain. But if you have all incoming damage be applied to pain, then all damage would give me pain. And if I then have the enemy that is cursed gets thrown back, cure my pain, then I should be able to just hit the opponent, and as soon as they hit me, they would instantly get cursed and... Yeah. You can infuse poison or curse. I mean, we currently have blood curse, but I obviously want curse. But the problem for curse is we need to clear out a specific lady that I still don't think we can clear out right now. But we can try. Okay, wait, let's curse her. Magdalena cursed. The problem with her is she's oh wait, the first time we can actually delete all of these easily. You cannot inflict break on her. That's weird. Yeah, you cannot inflict break on her. But you should be able to. Oh, I did not expect you to actually charge me another time, lady. Sister Ganessa had her easier, that's for sure. I wish we could use Magdalena's Memento with this weapon, because Magdalena's is actually insane. This is one of the best abilities in the game. I learned that way too late. Have you ever reached 100 stacks with Grisha Stones? No, because you can only do that by abusing a bug, and I don't like abusing bugs. It's totally okay to do so. So, 30% of the self-inflicted damage of cursed enemies cures his pain. Which means that... if I turn most incoming damage into curse, that should work. Hope you put the stagger stone on with the historics. Can you do that? No, the trauma stone does not fit on the historics. It only fits on the on the rocket launcher. Unless I'm completely mistaken, that should only work on the rocket launcher. Infusions. The infusion is called the Wretch Caller. Yep, Wretch Caller. And Wretch Caller is only possible to be used with the... Are there really no souls for beating the final boss? Right, after beating the final boss, it's over. So I guess, yeah. Wretch Collar is only able to be used with Obsidian Hammer, I think, and another one. Okay, we leveled up. Got a lot of Ova. We have another 3 glimpses. Is Sister Ganessa your strongest build, you would say? No, I'd say Proxima is probably the stronger build as it has like overall the better performance in terms of survival and all these kind of things. Whereas the Janessa build is, oh goodness, what am I doing? The Janessa build is like does more damage, but it's just like less convenient. Okay, let's try. See if we can kill the boss. It's cool watching you wipe by boss no matter what shell you're playing. Well, we're trying to currently figure out how to make like really the most out of this shell. And I'm just sad that against Magdalena I couldn't put trauma on her. That feels silly. Like why would I not be able to put trauma on her? Makes no sense to me. Haha. Did I ever cleanse this beacon? I think I never bothered with cleansing this one. This is actually really important in the Gate of Mammon area, because every beacon you attempt at least to cleanse gives you coins. Vile Tongue's domain. Oh, my horses. Okay, see, no damage was taken during the recording of this little Chamambo Bambo. Oh, this is actually the one? Damn. Strange concoction, you have to run here because now backwards is forward and forward is backwards. Okay. But that all doesn't matter when every ward is just every ward. Ta-da! That was surprisingly simple, and it gives you actually a cool one. Oh, doorbell, be right back. Sorry, chat. Just an elderly man taking my electricity readings from the electricity meter, who's very slow walking. Took him longer to walk down the stairs back up again than anything else. No, I don't have to do that online. So I guess simplicity wins. Okay, sir, fat ass knight bro beans. I definitely wanted to do that. I definitely wanted to do that. Did you ever see the area with the graves and the small gravestones with symbols on them? Yes. There's a dungeon that you open the door to. In the area there, in the middle where the gloomstone is, if you then break all the gravestones, it's 3. There is a dungeon door that pops open up, and then you get, like, a dungeon that you can enter. In there, dungeon that. In this door, Gorbachev. Oh, we're missing our 10,000 warp to give to Egon right now. Oh. It's at 10,000 warp. Curse! Curse! So realistically, we would like to beat the lady up there. Before we do that, though, I guess the easiest thing we could do is gather 10,000 warp right now to feed Egon. Which is probably, by the way, one of the easier level up strategies early on. Now that I think about it, right? Just get 10,000 warp and feed Egon. Why not? Better than you, you suck. Sorry. Had a moment there. Made him angry. Hate the archers with a passion. Remember the teal build you did? I did never do a teal build, sir. We go for this dungeon, I guess? That I don't remember a single thing about. How much Grisha Remnants is enough? You have 8. You can get a 9th one. 9 Grisha Remnants seems to be what you can reasonably acquire without cheesing something. Now, as our chat just said, you could obviously also just fail against the cage Grishas over and 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 over again. And kind of use that as a semi-legit way to get, but no matter how you twist or turn it, it's all some kind of cheesing. So the natural amount of Grisha Remnants is 9. If you put a point, like it seems like if I put a point into this like throwback ability, that my enemies, like I currently put like here, I need to go to a waypoint to check that. We're almost at 10k. That means we can feed our buddy Egon. Big Egon in the chat. And we can try to take down the vestige. Sir, I was about to shoot you. So how much do I need to level up? See, I need 9,000 to level up. And if I now get the... So he's cursed. He should be getting hit back when he hits me, but doesn't seem to work anymore. Or does one... That is curse. I think these two abilities don't interact with each other the way they should. Would be more in NG+. Yes, you can get more Grisha fragments in NG+. I mean, the same Grisha fragments that you got before, you can get again. So the basic idea is essentially that with every bonus NG tier, you would then get more and more Grisha fragments. And considering how useful Grisha fragments are, I guess they're an intended game mechanic that you're supposed to interact with as much as possible, right? See, now that you put poor Egon to rest, you get another 10,000, so 20,000 in total. That's pretty nifty. At this stage of the game, that's the easiest 2 levels you ever have gained. Now 2 more. So I feel like this one here does not interact well with what I'm doing. So self-inflicted damage of cursed enemies cure Sariel's pain, and if that happens, then I'm actually not getting the trauma stacks if the pain is self-cured. Ranged attacks also cure... Wait, this one would be insane. So if I get ranged attacks to cure my pain, then I could apply with the thorns, shoot him with a gun to... Yeah. And then I could, you know, like you could do this, right? So you could apply the pain, then you could shoot him with a gun, and that should apply stagger. Unless I'm completely mistaken. And then I could apply infinite stagger on range. That is actually nice. I wonder if we can make that work. It'd be funny because it would like really trivialize a lot of combats that you're struggling with potentially. Right? It would be mean, but who cares? Okay, see, this lady you get a kill. This lady's like really fucking tough as nails. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna apply curse. I think like we could get her down if I just really try hard. But the problem is that that wouldn't be a valid part of a strategy. If that makes sense. So we're not going to try hard her now. Since there's nothing I could ask you to just simply reproduce. So no sense in fighting that. Ergo, we probably get a... Go Blackridge path? Kill the Grisha? Low? For the Grisha Renmond? You play NG Plus or New Game? I don't play NG Plus because I find it particularly boring. So this is always a new game. It's like if you would start a new game and if you would want to make your character as powerful as possible, then that's where I am. Bohayo, nice to meet you. To show you how to potentially get as powerful as possible in as short amount of time as possible. Right? Is the idea. And it's always like a run with a new shell because that's kind of like what I personally find interesting. Obviously, this does not work with every shell because for Aerodrome, for example, you got to do quite some work to actually get there. With this particular shell, it works way better than I wanted to give it credit for because I thought it's going to be... Oh, we got already the... Oh, come on now. Bullshit. Like, I wasn't sure how well the Sariel shell is going to do, and not only how well he's going to do, how viable it is to get him early. But surprisingly, Sariel is actually super weak when you try to pick him up early. We're playing night mode again? No. I hope that my whole trauma stack plan is not doomed to fail. Excited for Gamescom? Yes. There's a lot of cool things to check out. Quite some new releases. Games that you haven't or have not heard before. I get quite some dates with developers. Get a dinner with PUBG. Get a dinner with Path of Exile 2. Some cool stuff to check out. There are specific items that can only be found in night mode. Yes, there's specific tar stones you can only get in night mode. Then there's also much glimpse that you can only get in night mode. There is content that is only visible in night mode as well. So you did, in fact, hear correct. There's a lot of content that is locked behind night mode. And intentionally so. Right? Aha! Laser! Bam, 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 bam. Okay, so we have no more heals. That means it's perfect time to take down the dude. If we can't take down the Grisha with no heals, then why are we even alive, right? Okay, against him, the break damage works. So, like, I shoot him on the distance, then I attack him. Shoot him on the distance to attack him, right? Okay, that one did not build up. See, now that one is not building up trauma again, so I got him. Now this time it built up trauma. It's like the whole trauma thingy does not work, but it's also not worth it. It's kind of like, yeah, I can build up trauma, but it's not worth it. So why even bother? Maybe I just haven't met the bosses yet where it's worth it. Maybe that's the case. All right, for my movement set, I like the scythe, so I cannot talk against it. Are you getting trauma because the trauma doesn't work? Yes, I'm traumatized. Virtually and literally and everything. See, now I got hit, so I have pain buildup, right? So my bar is... I'm going to hit him, and he's getting stacks of trauma, which is doing something. This is like here, just like the minimal amount of trauma stacks, right? Dude, the range of the whirly twirly though is insane. When you're just going around and your scythe goes like back out, back left, and around, and that's nasty. Cage Histrix! I mean, seriously, weapon is so good. Oh, high chance did you get up with the Exitana build? 9%. But 9% is more than enough, right? Honestly, you shouldn't look at my night mode playthrough and decide anything up in that, because my night mode was with Proxima, and Proxima is one of the very medium HP ones. Whereas if you, for example, play it with Aerodrim, like more HP is definitely something to absolutely be happy about. And I did also play it, the boss fights very rushed, because I just wanted to use something extremely OP in night mode. Just to keep that in mind. Night mode looks ugly. That is absolutely correct. And it's a valid concern to just say screw night mode. I'm absolutely with you on that one. I genuinely don't know what they thought about that. It's like, hey, like, so let's make the game so that you don't see shit. Because let me check my notes. Last time I checked, people really don't like to see shit in games. And I was like, yeah, hire this man. Give him a raise. He knows what he's doing. How far can you upgrade your weapon? You can get it to plus 16, but that's not the end of it. That's pretty much the start, because at some point in the game, you will unleash the full potential of your weapon, and you can essentially then just further upgrade it. You did this to yourself. I didn't want this. I didn't want to do this to you. You did it to yourself. Okay, we're gonna sprint, sprint, sprint. Banana phone, banana phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Banana phone. Curse him, then attack again. He gets hit back because of the curse. Curse him another time, then we harden. And he gets beaten off by my dudes. Wonder if we can actually curse him. Oh, we can. Interesting. Didn't even think about it, but you could get him cursed, yeah. Okay, can poison work on our weapon as well? No, cannot. So it's literally just the Arbiter's Prize that works. Interesting. I mean, the only thing that's hard about night mode is that everything just one hits you out of your shell, and then one hits you and you're dead. It's like good old give me God of War difficulty in God of War. Just making it more annoying to play. Not more fun, just more annoying. Okay, I want the refund all. Ranged attacks. Cure. Also inflict pain. So with the plan now that when I shoot someone, We could, when we curse someone, we could shoot him to apply trauma. Then we could curse shoot, curse shoot, curse shoot. I wonder how easy we could stagger bosses on distance. I mean, there's some bosses which are like really annoying. And maybe that's just a valid playstyle thingy, or it's just like really dickery. I don't know yet. We need to speak with Franz and give him the hatching needles. I'm still not okay with the Tar Forge just killing him at some point, because it kind of takes away his whole character arc, right? He's here, he's talking to you, he's being this lovely little weirdo, and then suddenly it's like, oh no, Franz dead. What happened, bruv? Not cool. And it's like, oh yeah, I mean, it happens. Poor Franz. Machine just ate him. Okay, we can get a Scythe another update, and now I need 4 more Laterid, and then we're almost there. Cool. And that gets us then back to the Blooded Mire, Ruins of Mammon, Fainweld, Stoneblood Gate. I accidentally killed him while testing the new upgraded Tarstone. Yes, sir. Something about this story doesn't add up. You want to train that for the investigators a little bit more. That like accidentally killing the Franz part won't hold in front of court. Just saying. So like the axe kind of hits like in a radius around you. The scythe. Sorry, it's not an axe. Range, sir? Range? Okay, well, I cannot complain, chat. I honestly cannot complain about range. I got it on my side as well. Bro! The baby played me. It played me like a fiddle. Never had a chance. It's flying around me. Some little lovely cherub. Curse. And now? No, we needed to check. I curse him and then I curse. Shoot. Oh, shit. Oops. This was not part of the testing. I was still investigating if it works the way I want it to work. Tony's playing very scared. So I figured something out. Do you want to know what it is, Chad? So first and foremost, like we're obviously just going to kill Francis fart face here, right? And then Jebediah big mouth as well. And then after you do that, you can like whirly twirly this, and this is an illusionary wall that is hiding a Sonatic Vessel early. I recently learned that, and I was like, what the fuck? That really bamboozled me, I'll tell you that much. gotta save my shots before that thingy just comes down and cleanses me from the face of the earth, right? I like how they also put them like so you can't see them. Right? They drop down from an angle where they're invisible. Because why wouldn't you do that? Got it. Mathers pulls. Told you, get that efficiency here. Okay, now we need to check out our ranged breaking versus bosses. NG Plus, no. Normal game. We just unlocked Sariel extremely early, which is actually very well possible. I was surprised. I thought it's going to be more difficult to get him early, but it wasn't difficult at all. Surprisingly. Sidearm is so clutch. Honestly, it might be my new favorite sidearm. I mean, do I enjoy using the shotty and just one-pumping enemies? Absolutely. Don't get me wrong. The thing is a work of art. Here, these guys scared the living bejesus out of me in night mode. You know how hard it is to kill 4 spider crab thingies? Chad, you know how hard it is? Let me tell you, it's not easy. It just reads, if you clear the... Well, over cleansed. Then we gotta jump ourselves to our death. So shockwave, which inflicts. Okay, so the range trauma clearing doesn't work because it's a shockwave around me. Okay, that's a bit sad. Right, so the basic idea was like if you shoot them with this, I get trauma, then I build it up, right? Then I get trauma, then I build it up. But no. What I wonder though is, does this trauma clear itself? So what I mean is like when I build up trauma like this, my trauma generates itself. Since when? See, like I hit these guys. Notice how my trauma is coming back. Confusion. Okay, so that range thingy is not working. That means we need one of the 10 trauma stacks. Just as much trauma as possible. Again, is this the best way to play Sariel? I couldn't begin to tell you. As I'm really unsure about our plans, if that is going to work the way we want it to work. I mean, I thought I'm just going to rush past it, right? So that we then afterwards, do things. But the game was like, you silly goose. Rush past it. Thing right now is that I don't see anything that I couldn't have done with another shell than Sariel. I mean, building up the curse is cool because again, they're just self-inflict themselves, right? So I can prevent like this thingy from hurting me in any way. I think that's cool. You're like, okay, you shall not. Oh. Shall not pass. Can't wait to get like flung off the side of the mountain by that. Is Sarah any viable? He doesn't do anything super strong so far for us that we, like, again, couldn't do with anything else. So it's definitely not for the shell's sake that we're doing well. But I got to see now against the next two bosses, and I'll rate from that. So we're going to curse him again. Then clear. And don't get trauma inflicted. That's weird. Okay, that one does also not get trauma inflicted. Willkommen zurück! So right now, didn't do anything in that department. No. I can do this and just win, but there was just like, again, there's like, right, nothing that my Sariel did for me. Minigun is called the Caged Historics. It's possible that some bosses are immune to some statuses. Oh, absolutely. That is more than possible. How can you upgrade a weapon past 16? It says max weapon upgrades reached. Oh, that's actually very simple. You have to find an endgame item that you cannot miss. And then you can upgrade past. Okay. So endgame item you cannot miss because you'll know when you're there. Actually, that's not true. You could miss it. But you would have to be extremely dense to do so. But again, there's a very endgame item. And when I talk endgame, I mean the last 6 bosses, the final area of the game. Right before the end boss, you get an item.
Up ahead, you'll face an ugly truth.
Not before.
Child.
Okay, so Cursed Child, ladies and gentlemen. Curse him. Also, no trauma on him. No, trauma inflicted, finally. But again, not to a sense where it would do what I want it to do, if that makes. I thought I jumped on. Sister Janessa did this here better in every way. Can't really use my curse like meaningful because we'd like to curse him, right? And then when he attacks me, he should get actually thrown back, but he doesn't. Not. Oh wow, he just threw me off the map. The trauma doesn't reliably work against bosses, which makes the whole plan I had for this shell kind of obsolete. That means if the trauma doesn't work, I gotta work with thorns. Let's see what we can do with that. Yeah, the trauma thing doesn't work. Then we gotta thorns it up and see what we can do with that. It's one way to end the fight, dude. Just throw me away. I mean, trauma was also not working against elites good enough, right? It was working against some bosses, but it's just not there. Yeah, I just stunned him only with thorns. That's interesting. And the only advantage of the playstyle is literally the range. Oh. I just don't see where... This would make, like, the shell any worth it, if that makes sense, right? So how would this now make, like... Oh, my lord. He just threw me. How would this make Sariel stand out in any way? I mean, that was not enough. Like, I tried to go, like, for maximum amount of trauma... and then max amount of damage, because the more trauma you have, the more damage you deal. But that wasn't doing much for us. So, I mean, I guess expelled thorns inflict perforation stacks. I could do that. And then try to range damage an opponent. Because perforation increases the damage of our ranged attacks. But then I wonder if we should shoot, like, rockets. Vanessa would have pulverized the boss by now. Yes, absolutely. But this is also why we played to the point CM. So we could, like, kind of be at the Lost Child and now kind of try out different skill points and see what actually is, like, an outstanding feature for Sariel. You would say, yep, this is like worth it. This is where we're getting, like, really strong. I mean, the damage on the ranged weapon definitely higher. So that is nifty. Now you would have to build up resolve, right? I mean, this is nifty. Not gonna lie. That means we need a good infusion for our ranged weapon, and then we just have a ranged build, I guess. Just like that. Oh my goodness. Bunny's just newbie boobing around. Because the biggest issue would be having to build up. See, like, this is the difference between having what's it called again? Having perforation or not. So it definitely makes sense. Especially if I had the curse weapon now. If I had the curse weapon, I could turn this into a cycle of me hitting bosses to instantly restore HP when they hit me, to then shooting the enemy. My problem right now is that I wouldn't need the size for this, and it would actually be better to not play this size. Because the problem with the size is that it's slow and not building as much resolve as other weapons. Goodness. Goodness. I forget that that happens, but... Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm not pleased. Just got the Thief Stone to speed up the scythe. Oh, it's absolutely possible. Teching to speed up the scythe like that. I'm wondering if our serial endeavors are doomed for failure. And we would be better off going for Laszlo endeavors because Laszlo can at least do more damage with what he does. So with a tier 4 ability, you can do more thorns. Sarah releases a burst of thorns into the sky, which then rains down upon the current target. Is that where it gets strong when you do that? When you get like the 25 thorns, when you just get more? Isn't there a chainsaw tarstone for Scythus too? Yeah, but it's not worth it because the chainsaw tarstone would only work when you have the enemy downed. Right? So you literally have to down the enemy. And then you can chainsaw into their hide. So step 1 is you'd have to break someone. And step 2 is you then could probably use it for something. Potentially. It's fun to you playing Proxima then. Proxima has an interesting perma-stun tech, sir. So the problem, the thing is like that Sariel just does not have nothing outstanding to play. I could just play like right now the way the playstyle is performing. I could essentially just play someone else and it wouldn't be worse off. This character's power was to be invincible. I mean, the thought is that you would probably put here 100% of incoming damage is applied as pain. And then you would do like that you have like 50% more pain curing. And that means whenever someone hits me now, I could restore all the HP. And that's an interesting one. Right, so 100% of the damage is inflicted as pain. Ergo, like if that guy now hits me. Right, this is all pain. And then I just restore my life right away. Problem is obviously with multiple opponents, because if multiple opponents hit you, the second hit does delete your pain already. Which means I am only on a single hit able to restore it. Now she hit me and that inflicted pain. I can clear it now. The Sariel is a range gameplay. I mean, yeah, the range gameplay probably makes sense. Because I could also, like, just restore life on range. Again, I don't even know what infusion works on the Hystrix. That's something to actually find out. To know what you can play the Cage Hystrix with and with what you couldn't play the Cage Hystrix, right? You need curse infused range and melee. That's what I feel so too. Otherwise, I can't see it. I mean, I like this here to shoot him and then just go bop, 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 because we're doing so much more damage. But then again, we're actually not hitting this guy. That was fantastic, guys. A fantastic display of how it works. Right? You shoot him and nothing happens because let me check my notes. You don't seem to hit him. Is there a bleed plus poison build? Yes, you could do bleed plus poison. Not sure about the usefulness, but you could do it. Here, shoot him. 10. Okay, why are you not getting See, like that Grisha now is not getting perforation stacks. Why, Grisha? Why are you not getting perforation stacks? I am trying to be reasonable here. I'm trying to make the most out of Sariel. But the game is like, nope, nope, pretty, nope, 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 nope. I mean, right now, the best thing we get from this was genuinely the scythe. Creepy, you played Sariel and felt like the game was, you played Teal and you felt like the game was getting too easy. Well, that's because Teal makes the game too easy. I mean, Teal is an absolutely newbie booby chow when it comes down to that. Best of 8s into turning invisible and avoiding any kind of damage. And it's okay. I mean, again, like these playstyles are intended to exist for a reason that they will make it simpler for people that need it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Think you get bullied? Okay, so again, I am applying thorns, but they're not applying the weak. So my shell literally just falls apart at every corner, right? We're trying to do something, and it's like, nope. I mean, you can actually not apply weak to this guy. I mean, we're not having weak right now. That reminds me about that. So I get hit, like, let the boss hit me for a second. Oh no. And then I hit the boss back. I'm mainly just being super tanky, right? I'm just spamming my attack because, again, if the boss hits me, it is like to zero consequence to us. Or the boss hitting me, it's like, oh wait, there's a dungeon behind him? I have never seen this before. Where does it come from? The monk is not the shell that looks like the really big dude. The monk is the shell that looks like a monk. It's the fourth, like you got Proxima, Teal, Sariel, and then Smirt. Monk. Actually, not true. I was in this dungeon one single time, and then afterwards I never found... Wait, actually, I was never in here in any of my playthroughs. I was here in my review copy. I don't really care about dodging, because worst case scenario, I'll just restore my cursed enemy. Now, Gragu is not the real big guy. Gragu's the medium big guy. Come on now. Medium big, or real big. Reasonably enlarged. That's it. That was the dungeon. Exit to main menu. I tried playing Shell other than Teal, and they all feel bad compared to Teal. Teal's just overpowered as hell, but it's also like just the playstyle of Teal. So I do not believe... I mean, Teal is just the ease of use Shell, if that makes sense. Like, right? You just don't have to put efforts, and you'll be powerful. And that is something that you shouldn't scoff at. So simple to get powerful. Makes sense. If you do an NG Plus, you can play the game again. See, chat? Have you ever done this? This is actually how you get into this normal without having to cheese the area. And the only thing I don't regret about getting Sariel is his scythe. So that makes me happy. Mr. Side armor in that dungeon? Yeah, I think there is the axe cannon, if I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. The one that's throwing axes at the opponent. Okay, I'm not sure if we should level up the crit stone for a bit. The only bad one is Ariel. I was trying to like him, but we have a hard time. I was really trying to come up with something extraordinary today with Sariel, but it doesn't seem to be the thing. We can get up something extraordinary, outstanding. So turn to the keep to level him up. If you get the 4-shot crossbow and then get more resolve back. Oh yeah, more resolve back from killing enemies and then just chaining that is actually a valid thingy. Okay, let's see. Shell bonding. We got enough to level him up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's that. And then we got, well, what do we have here? So we got 11 points. We could do other cursed enemies take up to original damage. So damaging cursed enemies deal damage to all other cursed enemies, but that's not worth it. Then we got when Teal uses Mother Pulse to cure pain, which is actually cool, but it only works if you would have pain and the pain wouldn't have actually been hit away by the opponent, because if it's got double hit, your pain goes away. I mean, this one might make sense to shoot out as many thorns as possible, right? And then we're just going to say here, thorns deal 20% more damage. So maybe that is where I'm like now feeling it. Vibin. But it would also make me question, like, how well would this work in... Fluffy, wasn't bothered with this game. You can wait for sale. I mean, I think this game has an excellent value proposition, but you can always wait for sale. Damn. I mean, that's more interesting now. You know? That's more interesting. But I wonder how that works against the boss. Especially the next boss, who's like a super highly ultra aggressive one. Guard seal. Oh, I can't hit him there because he's okay, so like it just lands behind him. The damage is much higher now. Yeah, but that's just my weapon, right? It isn't my... I was hoping that my thorns would be amazing. But it's not. Still. Okay, we're quickly right back.
Just curious.
Just like your father.
I don't have a father anymore.
Smart boy.
You're a Ganessa build? Yeah, but we can't. Okay, so I'm not trying to compare builds between each other because, again, each shell has their selling point. Correct? Each shell has their, like, hey, if you like to play this way, look at this. Right? Value proposition. The problem is I don't have one for you. It's like, okay, so my value proposition for this build is that it looks cool when you're shooting thorns in the sky. Ta-da! That's my value proposition for this build. Which kind of really isn't. So the problem with the raining down thorns is that they can miss because they rain down. Which means raining down thorns is not an option. Okay. That means ultimately back to Sariel. So raining down thorns still makes sense. I mean, you get 2 thorns max damage thingies, so it's like thorns deals more damage based on how much pain we have. And I tried that, but it doesn't really work. So you only have 40% more damage than perforation stacks. This is literally the only thing I can see. You would go for perforation stacks and then... I wonder if you could apply more perforation stacks with this one. Right? I need one more level, so I need 5,000 gloom. How do I get 5,000 gloom the quickest now? Because to be straight up stuck in the ceiling, yeah, this is why. So it only applies 8 when you do that. But would it apply more? Thorns are good when the enemy is staggered or right before you swing your sword. Yeah, I mean, I'm not generally saying that thorns are completely useless. They have their time and they have their place. But when the enemy is staggered, I usually just want to hit him. Because why would I waste my time doing anything else than hitting him when he's already on the ground staggered, right? That's my opening. That's my window. That's where I'm supposed to absolutely lay into them and get the most out of shit. And if I then decide in that moment, hey, what about if I just, I don't know, start launching thorns instead of hitting him, does this seem like counterproductive? Right? Not this is not the way. Grogu looks like the most broken shell. Grogu is great because of the infinite heals that he can provide. And there's no argument for me. I personally don't like his fist hitting, but that's just a personal dislike more than anything else. Right? Grogu, yeah. Dude, bro. Man. Almost there. Only a few more points. In your first playthrough, you just found the cage histories. Aha! Staggered. I like it when they explode on hitting. Apparently the fist is so good you don't even need to upgrade your weapon. Not sure if that's true. I haven't really played the man enough to chime in on that and rate this or not. Marksman is just so good and fun to play. There's tons of shells. I would really like to find a way to play Laszlo. But the problem is that actually playing his shockwave doesn't seem good enough. Right? So you can literally just play him as a stat stick, I guess. And I haven't experimented with him enough to know if he's worth it as a stat stick. That was a lot of cool thorns damage. I mean, if the thorns would at least apply instead of weak, if they would add perforation, if you could have them apply something else, then it would at least be useful. Okay. Just one more. Just one more. Few more XP. So when they're running forward, they're not getting damaged by it at all. Chat. Please don't run. I got yogurt in my backpack. Maybe I can kill the archer with this. Now the worst part is also the internal cooldown of this, because once you like see the bar at the bottom, so I can't even unleash all my thorns into someone. Here we go. No, wait, I need... Oh god, I need 500 more. Jesus, we're so close. Smurd seems like the most powerful shell. I could never get the hang of his passive. I didn't like it. Played around with him a bit. I just don't like the time freezy thingy. I do think he's plenty powerful, for sure. Like, right? So I fully agree with you that Smurd might be one of the most powerful shells. Being able to create these moments of you just being awesome. The shell dies either way. No matter what you do, Hero will go away. Sorry. If you like the Hero shell, you cannot save him. Harris is doomed to die. Okay, that's 22 thorns now. The thing is, I guess perforation is limited to 10 stacks. Oh, like here with a 22, it at least now with a 20% more damage does reasonable damage, right? Wow, he just sidestepped it. Honestly, I cannot in good conscience recommend this to anyone. Let me just run to one boss and see how that will do against it. If you skill him right, the NPCs are unlimited stunned. I mean, unlimited freezing time. I understand, but personal dislike prevailed. No smart gamer here. take a fast boss. Does it really make sense, this Dingo, when we consider that the final boss is super slow? You're stuck Melbourne phase 2. We bullied him with Sister Ganessa yesterday because her clones disappearing, helping you to not get fatal hit, will actually make it so that... Oh, that didn't hit at all. Great. Will make it so that he gets constantly staggered. It was actually my easiest kill of the Melbourne ever. I mean, it's seriously easy, stupid boopy. Up above this dude, I don't think buffing would do much here. I mean, it just seems like a rework is in order. Because if we look at the whole functionality, sure, you get this curse life restoration thingy. But the whole plan is usually not getting hit, then just having curse life restoration, right? Then you get like kind of the amount of curse you do is going to scale up the amount of thorns damage you do. But how you're going to get full curse, right? Like I would have to get like full pain here. But in order to get full pain, you need to not get hit, right? Because as soon as you get hit, your pain just goes away at some point. So you take too many hits, so not going to work. I mean, it would be better if he was like doing more damage against cursed enemies, like fixed like that. So if an enemy is cursed, you do more damage to him, something in that direction. Might actually work. Like Teal's comment style. Well, the advantage of Teal is that you can play him with every weapon. So Teal with 2 one-handed weapons, kind of cool. Teal with a 2-handed weapon to just go for maximum crit damage, also kind of cool. So whatever you plan to do with Teal, you have the options to really turn him into a nasty mother trucker. Devin, the move that turns the scythe into a chainsaw. Yes, I mean, that one is super strong, but you don't need Sariel for that. Right? Yes, the scythe into the chainsaw thingy. The scythe into the chainsaw thingy is quite good. Okay, my friend. Oh, great. They vanished in the ceiling here. I thought this boss, like, once a while ago was so fast that you couldn't possibly beat him. That was a long while ago. I like the cage hit streaks. I'm not gonna, like, deny that one. That's cool. His thorns are bugged because they don't always work. Well, right now they vanish in the ceiling. Oh, goodness Christ. I mean, I definitely want to try out the chainsaw into... the scythe into the chainsaw move. I do want to try that one out, that's for sure. Ay, ay, ay. But again, we don't need him for that. So instead of doing Sariel, do we actually have to do Laszlo? I don't have Laszlo here. This is Janessa. I had Laszlo on the night mode playthrough. When we had such a good plan with this. I am so unhappy that the plan fail-a-rooney now. Like here we got Laszlo. So if you now compare these two shells, just from the usability, okay? So you get Laszlo. And Laszlo, we don't have him leveled up at all, right? So we can have our retribution. We can have our Laszlo deals up to 30% more damage. Alone this one, okay? So I just have to have the heat meter full. And I get more resolve from melee attacks, and I get more damage, and that's it. Ta-da. Right? Fuck me sideways, Chan. Why wouldn't I? Here, this is what I was talking about. Laszlo receives 5 warp stacks when affected by burn. But Laszlo has burn damage immunity, okay? And the actual using of your ability doesn't burn Laszlo. So if I go for this, I'm not burning myself. I'm just building up heat, right? So now I have heat build up and I would instantly deal 30% more damage. So how am I supposed to burn? Is there a way to self-harm yourself? Can I shoot in front of my feet and burn myself? I found Yasuo useless. Yeah, but alone this doesn't make him useless, brother. Because it's more damage, it's more resolve, and it's more damage reduction, and that's it. Alone these 9 points, or 6 points you put in, are better than anything Sariel has. You know? You just get that. I mean, the shockwaves, I haven't found them too useful. I was trying to do like a shockwave break build, but that one didn't work. Laszlo gets 20 warp stacks when his armor goes on cooldown. You know what I wonder is, if you stagger a boss, right? Hear me out, chat. Okay? Hear me out. If you stagger a boss, would you then do, like, you would pretty much build up your heat meter, right? Then you would attack a boss and wait to stagger him. And then you would unleash your shockwave to get the 20 warp stacks and just start hitting him like super fast. That'd be kind of the idea behind that. Right? I'm going to return this gentleman to Marrakeep quickly. The overload of the shockwave makes him burn when he loses his armor. No? Or is there a skill for that that I missed? Can't reach tier 4, sadly. So Laszlo has a overheated shockwaves no longer consume, resolve, and inflict 10 burn stacks. That's what you're meaning, right? So you would have to... Lesser receive stacks when affected by burn. But that would be like only every time I overburn myself, right? I mean, again, like if you now spend points on him... See, I tried doing this. What if we go like for break damage on the shockwave, right? And then we have like the radius increase of the shockwave. And you could reduce the cost of the shockwave. And then the cooldown of the armor or something in that direction. But even if you then travel like outwards... You can swap shell points between shells. Yes, you can always reset them very easily. How difficult is the game from 1 to 10? Depends on your Souls game experience. So, like, if you now go in these fights here with your Heat Wave, see, it's almost stunned, and then stunned, and then stunned. I mean, it's definitely an easy playstyle if you think about it, right? I can just walk around with this, and now I get my final Shockwave coming, right? So I'm going to walk in. Get my final shockwave. They're all burning now. I finished them off. Gotta wait for my shell to be back. See, for him, for example, to get him staggered, just way too much. But it's kind of funny that I could, like, run around in the world like this. Our weapon is not leveled, just in case you wonder. But is that it, Chad? Is that it? Because when you think about doing this here, correct? You could also just play... You could play Aerodrim, who does this more efficient. So I kind of like see that the spam would be worth it. If we're looking at this, so Tarstones... Wait, let me turn on once in a while. Game. Damage numbers. Classic. So if I normally approach an opponent and do a charge attack. Ah, the damage comes next to their name. No, I need a different damage per there are different damage numbers floating. Thank you. See, that's 144 damage with a normal light attack, right? That's 50. Why is that 50 damage and the other one 144? And if you then go for the refund all, right here, you pretty much just... we get a full heat meter. From 144 up to 187, and from 50 up to 65. So that 30% more damage is doing numbers, considering also that my weapon is a level 0 weapon, right? So it's not upgraded at all. If I now take my Axitanas, which are like fully upgraded, and I actually go with here my full heat meter, like the damage is insane. You know? So I guess Laszlo... Oh, you know what I wonder? That's an interesting question. If you use the Clotstone... Clotstone. The throwing stone. With the heat, does it do more damage? Do I have a throwing weapon? Can you throw that? I need the axe. Let's get the axe quickly. I'm a big clotstone lover. Jorge, Jesus, George. Happy to help you. Yeah, you can upgrade 3 shells if you really get all the glimpses, but that's the thing, if you really get all the glimpses. And most people simply don't. Okay, just fill my heat meter up. I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing like an absolute roided out Giga Chat here. So the basic idea is if you could choose a specific ability and then have that ability go completely apeshit bonkers because of the 30% more damage, then that would actually be worth it considering our good old friend Laszlo. The thing about his bonus damage is that it just works without any specific conditions apart from burning. Right? I find it difficult to upgrade the stones to tier 3. Have you not watched my latest YouTube video? There's a farm route in there to easily upgrade stones to tier 3, and it really doesn't take long. Because I was annoyed by that too, my friend. The high parry frame dude is Aerodrim. Very good. Probably one of my favorite first playthrough characters. Because as soon as you have him and then max him out, you're just going to have a good time. Okay, so we're going to pick up the axe. Then we're going to equip our clotstone. There it is. So the clotstone does 200 damage. Right? And if we then that's some just nasty damage output. Okay, like, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. 260. Yeah, it works. I mean, considering how thick boy he is, and not only how thick boy he is, considering that you get 35 more resolve back per per swing of your weapon. Yeah. So there's a couple of interesting ones, right? You could use the I always wanted to find something out. So if I fire enchant this and throw that. Didn't actually improve the damage value, just applied burn. I thought it would actually apply the damage value, right? So, but where would you spend his other points? Because this is the hard thingy. So now you get these points here, right? So we get more resolve from melee attacks. We get more damage reduction. We get more damage. Cool. That's amazing. We feel powerful. But then, like this here, less burn immunity or gain 5 warp stacks upon affected by burn is useless. You get less what comes of cooldown, heat armor, but we never are on cooldown. We get as long as Lasso's heat meter is full, we get damage reduction, I guess, and we have a chance to survive a fatal blow, which is also nice. So just simply by courtesy of doing this, if I walk into the area, they start burning, and when enemies start burning, see what happens? They can't fight back. So just merely by taking my axe and saying like, hey, I want to just roly-poly in there, together then with possibly the fire infusion, we're just building up burn stacks and making the enemy burn. Which is quite useful. Would the increase of percentage of heat meter not increase his damage, since you get more damage the higher your heat meter is? But can you increase the heat meter? You cannot make the heat meter bigger unless I'm crazy. I think Aerodrome Specialist is frost damage too, yes, but you're okay not doing it. I mean, I did Aerodrome completely fire-based because I don't like the weapon you can frost imbue. I mean, this one is also useful. So, like, we have already 12 points spent. You have heat meter no longer drains over time. That means that I would always have full heat at any given point. Then you get, like... This one I find very confusing because this is like when Lasso's heat meter would drain, okay? But Lasso's heat meter doesn't actually drain. And is that a bug? Because if I do this, right? And then I do this, and then I do that. And if I now wait, unless I'm blind, that never goes down. Tell me, please, Ren, you just joined. There's no draining of the heat meter. So what does that mean when your heat meter drains? Right? Like there's no draining. There's a fat sir because I am a nobleman. A nobleman do be big belly booties. Everything. It means if you overcast, Sapis. So when you use that one, the heat meter does not drain, even if you overcast. Does that mean I can then, but it says drains over time. There's no over time. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. When you I overcast. But you know what's this is not this what's draining here is the cooldown. Right? So yeah, like let's say we would put another point in here, right? So we'll put another point in the draining. Right? That doesn't drain. But that means you have another 9 points left that I don't have to spend. Right? Which is just like, this is so weird. Why would I get to a point where I don't want to spend more points? Because like 3, right? 6 down here. Then I would put the points in that I get warp when my armor goes on cooldown, because I would again make my armor go on cooldown. And then I would potentially, I guess when you go off cooldown, your heat meter goes back to 50, right? So you would get your armor cooldown on and that one, so that like in a boss fight. Because the basic idea is if you get 20 crit and then you have 18 crit, then you'd sit at 40% crit chance and you could do a lot of damage. Can't you change to another shell? No, 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 sir. No, 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 no. That's not the point. Like, Laszlo has a real reason why you would want to use him. Again, he has like a good sales argument why he exists. I mean, mainly the main sales argument for Laszlo is actually this one. So I can walk into these 3 guys and I can have them beat me off, right? But they're actually not beating me off. They might be trying, but since me burning them and everything, like I am just not taking the damage that you would think I should. Like any other shell would have been absolutely destroyed. Right? So that's a good reason. Because he's tanky as hell. I mean, we just figured out that Sariel is absolutely not having anything good going on. We got ourselves an Aerodrome build already. I got myself a Proxima build. I mean, you could play Teal, right? Because Teal is... Yeah, Teal is newbie. I'm just refused to play Teal right now because of how stupid it is. I mean, I could probably use Teal for a speedrun, but you literally have your Shadow Strike, you have your bonus crits on the Shadow Strike if you feel like it, right? You can just have, like, here, when striking enemies from behind, Teal deals 150% more damage, has 25 crit chance, and 120% critical hit. I mean, hello? Did I miss something? Because you're pretty much going to stagger an opponent and all bosses get staggered at 60% HP, and then you're just going to stand behind him and it's like, oh yeah, you're dead. And you know what? If you use this ambush together, so this is 25 crit shot with 120% critical hit damage, right? But there is like, if you use this one together with then the axe and the dagger, and then you would play Magdalena's. Here, that's Magdalena's Memento. That gives you another 15% crit chance and another 100% critical strike damage, right? And then you would also get another 18% critical strike chance from your Auspicious Stone, and you would get another 80% critical strike damage from your Headsman Stone. Then you should technically, when you unleash Magdalena's Memento at someone, which by the way is an attack where you can't take damage. Right? So you just walk behind them and they go, brrr, and they just die. I mean, seriously, that's just OP. Say it again, I'm writing this down. Well, so Sariel is not good. Well, so we played Sariel now, okay? And the problem with Sariel was that he has no... I couldn't tell you why you should play him. Now, we spent like the last 3.5 hours fucking around with this guy. And I still don't have anything going on. Like, I couldn't be like, hey, so you should definitely take this, and then 3 points here, and 2 points, and he's gonna be insane. Because he's not. Because he's not. I mean, the only useful thing we found is that thorns give us perforation stacks, and then our ranged weapon does more damage. So what we realistically could do is we could just shoot things with our thorns. Right here, you do your thorns. He gets the 10 perforation stacks, and then we just do this. Right? And then you would have to take the get resolve back for killing an enemy with your ranged weapon, seeing like, and that would be that. And that's your gameplay pretty much. But for this, we would like have to gain like so much more resolve back to really make this worth it. Right? And we need so much basically to make it also worth it. That just doesn't feel good. So what are we going to do there now? Are we going to abort our teal run and abort our Sariel run and go for teal shenanigans? I mean, like, you can do cool range stuff, but this is not what I signed up for today. Bro Beans, stop hitting me. I'm innocent. A pure Thorns build isn't great then. The problem with the pure Thorns build is, and I will show you, that the upgrades that you require for it to make great are shit. Okay? Let me show you. So let me show you. You got these 20%, 40% more Thorns damage, okay? The last one's down here, not worth it. So you would have to do 40% more damage, and then you would have to go for the more damage, the more pain we have. Which now means that we have to build up pain, right? So we're going to have to hit enemies without getting hit ourselves. So now I'm building up pain, right? See, like, this is the damage we're dealing, and then we're doing more damage. But since the dude hit me now, all my pain is gone. I don't have any more pain. So, like, we went just with the amount of pain from 3 to 4 damage. Okay? So this is the amount of pain I have right now. And we're now at 5 damage. Okay? So with half my life bar being pain, I have 5 damage. Yay. And as soon as I start hitting an enemy now to build up resolve, my pain is gone. So what now? Right, we're back to 3 damage. So you pretty much have a skill that gives you 100% more damage the more pain you have. But even if you have 50% more pain, then you get 100% more damage, but 100% more damage on 3 damage. You know? Where is that? Now, what I wonder is, here comes now the interesting question. So, what probably you're supposed to do is, you're supposed to put the bonus pain stacker together with the thorns from the sky. But again, that doesn't make sense, because the bonus pain stacker together with the thorns from the sky doesn't work in dungeons. So here, now, if you do this, right, you're going to have, like, that's more damage, right? This is reasonable. This is almost where you could say, hey, that's decent, right? But then again, we also don't need the pain stacker for that. Especially when you consider that I can rush up to do like 300 damage with just one charged heavy attack. Well, like here, we're going to shoot it at him. It's not super terrible unless he would move. Okay, chat, if he would move, then we have a problem. So yeah, like if he takes a single step, we're in trouble. Pyro, thank you for the 101 months of Prime Gaming subscription. Pyro, good to see you there, partner. Hope you're doing very, very well. Yeah. I can't see it. So what we're instead going to do, then, pain, Chad, because we tried Sariel now. We're going to have to delete this mother trucker. And then we're going to do what I actually wanted to avoid, And we're gonna quickly speed run a teal. And the interesting part is that we now spend 3 hours to make this Sariel strong. Okay? So how much stronger can we make teal without spending 3 hours? Curse enemy, get hit, take pain. Well, if you curse the enemy, you wouldn't take pain when you're getting hit because the curse would prevent you from taking damage, Maui. So that would already not work. Again, though, if you get hit, build up pain, then pain disappears. Then you hit the enemy, then he gets Serenity, Explosion, Trauma. That would technically work. The problem is that the trauma from Remedy doesn't work against all bosses. Playthrough without Shell. I've actually seen someone speedrun the game in 2 hours. I watched it. It was really interesting. He did it with Gragu. I think I could do it also in 2 hours. And the fastest speedrun I've seen is 1 hour 59 minutes. We have just beaten the game, in case you missed it, on Saturday in 5 hours accidentally. Because we were actually doing a build, right? I was trying out a build. And while we're trying out the build, we accidentally beat the game in 5 hours. It was like, oops, that was not what we wanted to do. I definitely want to try a speedrun too. I hope you would be interested in that, Sean. I would just like to see how fast could we do it. And I know sub 4 hours is definitely possible, because we have done it in 5.5 while fucking around, right? That means we can easily shave off like an hour plus. If we could get it below 3, that would be insane. What I hate about teal is the stupid crit hitbox. What do you mean? Like, actually being behind the enemy? Or where's the problem, Abdul? That was a night mode. The speedruns are not a night mode. Overflow. I don't think any shell could beat Gragu. He's just insane. Well, Ganessa easily beats him damage-wise. But Gragu has just everything going on for him in terms of restoration of heals. Your heals actually making you stronger and that kind of stuff. But Ganessa definitely does more damage. The 5 hours was not a night mode. Hell no. Overflow. I enjoy my sanity to be intact. Why do you want me to just suffer?
Praise the Blessed Mother, you're here at last.
Feel dirty, but you finished the game? Sir, don't feel dirty. You finished the game. That's the only thing I want to hear. Everything else is bonus. Basically, do the perfect dodge, and half the time when you hit the enemy supposed to be a crit, it's just total whiffs and turns out to be a normal hit. I haven't played much teal, so I couldn't comment on it. Because my overall teal experience is minimal due to just simply not playing him much. You missed the Saturday stream, you missed everything. Yes, the speedrun was glitchless. Yes. But as far as I know, there are also no crazy glitches in the game right now. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I know there's a gloom glitch. I've seen that before. But there doesn't seem to be like, you know, where in Elden Ring, you like hit a specific wall and then you, or Dark Souls, right? You hit a specific wall and then you roll past a bridge and then you suddenly get teleported through the map or instant like in front of the final boss. And it's like, what the fuck did just happen? I don't think there's one like that in Mortal Shell. Correct me if I'm wrong. Speedrun failed. If jump mechanic would be in the game, there are 1,000 glitches. I just still wonder how these Souls game glitches come together, because some of them are just so weird. Why would like pressing A B A B A B and then rolling suddenly teleport you 20,000 kilometers further? Why would that be a thing that actually happens? Right? Why would it do that?
I did not wish to.
Reshare Renman glitch per second is insane. Yes, that's true. But, I mean, that's just ruining the game for yourself. The glitches are intended for game presentation. I always felt like in Souls games that the glitches are somewhat intended or somewhat intentionally left in. That when someone would find it, it's just there to be there. But that being said, like From Software has fixed certain glitches, right? Before, others not. Because they do, I guess it's the From Software yank that makes games interesting. I mean, there's to this point a warp in Elden Ring that can get you the Somber Smithing Stone 7 super early. If that has no relevancy to you, you just haven't played enough Elden Ring, but it still works. It's one of the best things to do. What did you miss? Why a new run? Because Sariel is terrible. And I couldn't find a way to make him not terrible. That's why we had to start a new run to not hate ourselves after a while. Oh god. Teal is terrible as well. Honestly, it's just these dudes and me just having the wrong seal. These two crabs might be the single hardest opponents that you face early. What do we have damage numbers on? I had it on from testing. Had it on from testing. Now we have damage numbers. Oh no. That hit detection from that attack is so weird. I'll down that hill. So what now? Now we're going to try a teal crit overload thingy with Magdalena's skill. Because we can get our crit chance up to around 60, 70% with that skill. And I guess 60, 70% crit chance is actually quite nice. Especially because the skill is then 60, 70% crit chance and 300% critical strike damage. So it's actually reasonably amazing to do so. Any tips for the final boss of the game? Patience? Or you have to blast him? Final boss of the game is a bitch. Super annoying to deal with. And a lot of people will tell you that he's not really well designed. And they're not far off, to be honest. He's not very well designed. As much as I like the game, I gotta say it as it is. Teal has best of the both worlds with the dodge and the parries. I mean, the good thing is that you can obviously just use the harden seal with him to, in case you get in an unfortunate scenario, to harden. And otherwise, you'll just always dodge. The health of the final boss seems way higher than any other. Nah, that's not really a problem. I mean, once you have a high damaging build, you just poop on him. We did him yesterday with our Ganessa build, and our Ganessa build just, like, it was, yeah, it's crazy. She's insane. I wish she's crazy isn't, like, the answer, but you just gotta get the right damaging build. For example, I did him with my Aerodrome build, and I'll say, yes, it was a very lengthy fight, very, like, super long, with a lot of ups and downs, and if I missed, like, one time, then shit just went down the drain. It was horrible. So it was like definitely something to look at. For a Sariel only ranged, I can't see it. The problem is with Sariel only ranged to work, against Rabble to move through areas, I could totally see it, right? Because Sariel is like fun to play that way. So either you take then resolve for killing and that kind of stuff. But that wouldn't fix the problem against bosses, because against bosses, you would then still have to always generate your resolve back in these shenanigans. So, oh, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike. Not sure why we're doing this dungeon now, but I just wanted to do it. Axe and Dagger is better DPS than Axatana. No, but you can play the bleeding thingy on them, and that's cool. So Blood Curse can be played on the... Axe and Dagger, plus we can play Magdalena's Memento, and that's why we want to play Axe and Dagger. Because the actual Slice and Dice super attack for Axatana is from the Hexapod. And that fight is extremely late, and you can't really force it early. Which is not completely true. I think you could, with the Shrike Stone, actually force it early. Because the Shrike Stone kind of trivializes that fight by a magnitude. So I wonder what it would take to kind of like, you know, cheese that one. You max out Proxima, and yes, you should go after Proxima. I would go for Ganessa. They share a similar playstyle in terms of aggressivity. So both are like all about just going completely ham on the opponent. So I guess you're best off when you fuck around with that. I win, you lose, I'm better. Ha 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 ha. I think I would go to Elden Ring for most people as best Souls-like. I disagree. Easily. But that's because Lies of P exists. Don't you argue with my Lies of P. Satana and Lightning is powerful, is beautiful. I prefer Blood Curse in general. I wonder if Blood Curse can actually crit. That would be an interesting question. And I would never know. Judging with others after Teal doesn't feel the same. Have you tried Stray Ganessa? Because Stray Sister Ganessa has one of the fastest, best looking dodges in the game. I mean, honestly, she's like... She's an absolute beautiful thing. he saying? Stasis did not affect Smay. Yes, that's true. There's some status effects that simply don't affect him because it would be... I guess it would simply be too easy then, and they were like, nope. The final boss cannot get affected because of reasons. And the reason for that is reasons. And that's the only reason why reasons. Deal with it. Ganessa's the one with the red clones. She has white or red clones depending on how you play her. I played her with red clones and that's amazing. But you could also just play her with white clones. Okay, so that's Axe and Dagger, ladies and gentlemen. Bibbidi bobbidi bobbidi boo. So what we're going to do now is, in order to see how powerful we can get this build, we're going to rush the whole thingy towards Magdalena as fast as we can. Because that would obviously be the proof of concept. Proof of concept, always good. Before we do that, we need the duality stone. Do we pick up the first glimpse that you get in the first waypoint? I don't remember. Oh goodness, I stink. Chat, look, I stink. Now, in order to not have to wait for my Harden to come back up, we just stab him. Because that's the thing, right? So you can now wait after failing your Harden, or you go into this mode to then stab him, and then your Harden is back up, and you instantly have it for a evade again, for a Harden again. So I pretty much just lay into him, and whenever I fail, or my perfect Harden doesn't, like, see, now I did it too early again, so I'm just going to go into the mode, stab him quickly, and it's back up. So on his next hit, I already have it. That's like that's a super cheese here with him, because like you suck harder, but it doesn't matter because you cheesed it. Right? So you pretty much just use the shadow form to create this opening where you're just like, nope, nope again, nope another time, nibbity, nope, 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 nope. It's kind of cheesy, but it works, so I have no complaints. You're going for New Game Plus. I haven't played New Game Plus myself, so I have no shell recommendations for you. I'm loath to give recommendations for something I haven't, like, done myself. Always like keyboard warrior talk then. I mean, if I would do NG Plus, I would probably go for the Proxima build. If I would have to choose something. That one has aided me the most in every scenario. So I guess Proxima build would probably make most sense. Riposte takes resolve. No, Riposte does not take resolve, but Riposte doesn't build resolve. So if you should stagger someone, then you are supposed to hit them manually to actually build resolve in that time. Shadow Strike takes resolve, though. Mm-hmm. With his latest upgrade, he goes invisible automatically. Yeah, let me just pick up these glimpses here easily. And then we unlock the duality stone. So I just wanted to get this glimpse, then duality stone, and then we're good to rock and roll, I guess. And like pretty much now, this playthrough is like what 15 minutes old. We could already go for Magdalena. Not even sure if it would be worth it to do this dungeon because like 2 glimpses early. Well, that being said, you can actually run through this dungeon. Yeah? Okay. Give me a second. I need to check where the children are. I'm just trying to find my child. Die sind gerade bei der Anna vor der Tür, glaube ich. At least that seems that way. Yeah. You can just run this one, right? Don't even have to fight anyone. Ain't nobody got time for that. And then use this as a money infusion. Whee! You know, the only thing I don't like about the Shadow Strike is that he actually puts his weapon away and then pulls his weapons out again. It's like really slow when you think about it. You're German too? Did you ever play Teal with all 40 shell points? No. Sir, it's very simple. Everyone talks about an endgame build because no one bothers with NG+. I mean, like, how do I say this now? With all the love of my heart. NG+ gamers looking for builds doesn't make sense. So if you're an NG+ gamer, by the time you've beaten the game, you should know how to max out the rest of the build. Right? You don't need anyone to tell you that. Unless you're that untalented. Right? It's like the same when someone asked me in Diablo, after spending 200 Paragon points, where to spend the next 50. I'm pretty sure you can figure it out because you already spent 200. You kind of understood how it works, right? You don't need me to tell you those last X points. That would require a little bit of agency, wouldn't it? This game looks so good. It does. Teal will be OP with shell level 4 and all 40 shell points. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Teal will be OP with all 40 shell points. But the trick is, how do you get him OP with not 40 shell points? Because let's be reasonably fair with each other. Who has 40 shell points? From the percentage of the player base. I mean, I've played the game now over 80 hours and I have not more than 22 shell points on my characters. Is NG Plus just a reset and enemies gain health? I assume so. I've actually not done it. Do you have multiple gameplay styles like mage, stealth, warrior, archer? No, not in that way. When you have different play styles depending on your shell, so different weapons to use. I mean, I say different weapons to use, but then again, I'm just using the same weapons on every shell because I'm boring. Don't get me wrong, I wish there were ways to use the hammer better or the whatsoever and joinky maboinky, but once you kind of like figure out certain tar stones, that's what you're stuck with. The step into night mode is way harder than NG+. I mean, NG+ has you beefed up, juiced up, higher base HP than you should be having, that kind of stuff. Whereas night mode just have you go in there as an absolute super wimp and get your ass handed to you left, right, and center. And despite you being fully upgraded, the game is still going to screw you over because it can. Right? I will say I did enjoy my night mode, but as always with a higher difficulty, it doesn't make the game better, right? So I enjoyed doing the night mode, and it was cool to do it together with all of you. But realistically, it didn't make the game any better. It didn't give me like an improved experience. It didn't make my, you know, like it didn't give me a whole new game to play, pretty much. It was more like, yeah, cool. Bit of a challenge. That's it. Did I pick up the axe? I don't think I picked up the axe yet, right? Should always fall down on the side. Dren, I'm trying to fall down on the sides. But I'm a professional. Sometimes I don't. Let's upgrade the weapon. And then let's get Magdalena's really, really quick. Nope. Okay, we're going to call this the spin to win teal build, ladies and gentlemen. My tiny humans are home. Makes me happy. Okay, we got all the tools that we need, so I guess we can now rush towards the Witch of the Swamps, right? Oh no, I would like to pick up the Hatsman Stone as well. Yeah, let me get fast travel before I pick up the Hatsman Stone, because honestly, with fast travel, it's just more convenient. Yeah. Yeah, let's pick up fast travel first. So shell bonding, we got 5. That brings us instantly to tier 2. That's actually really good. But the problem is that you need tier 3, right? So tier 2 is nice and good and everything, but you pretty much want to have this one as fast as possible, right? So what other do you take on teal now? You take Shadow Dash activation window, Shadow Dash deals damage, Shadow Dash deals damage. Shadow Strike has crit and crit damage. I guess that makes sense to a degree. We got teal gains additional shadow stacks from his ability. I mean, realistically, 40% more damage is not really much, right? So I guess I would have it crit. But I'm pretty sure this one is what you need to do. Like the Shadow Dash activation window increased by 20%. Does that mean that I have... Wait. If the Shadow Dash activation window is increased by that percentage, it means that I have a higher chance to get it? Right? Is that how that's worded and meant? Likely. So now we can test the theory of our viewer, because someone said that when you're killing the boss that is hidden in the Mushroom Village Gate beacon, you're good to go. Yeah, first point increase your dodge window by percentage. I see that. So you pretty much always have it. Hello, little puppy. Ow. Mom had me, Chan. Wow. That's the first time that has happened. I was cocky. I get punished. And you know what the sad part is? That she's gone when that happens. Has anyone tried the final boss in night mode yet? He's not much harder. He's just more annoying. Again, comes all down to what build you approach him with. And right now, if I was doing hard mode, final boss, Sester Ganessa build. Why Sester Ganessa build? Right? Because Sester Ganessa can just avoid taking damage. And that makes her fairly broken. Finally, I can open that. So what's your teal now? Well, we tried to play our good old friend Sariel. And the biggest problem with Sariel was that there was not a single reason to actually play him. Yeah. There was not a single reason to play Sariel. Trust me, we tried. But after 3 hours, I could only say, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't. Ganessa's more P than teal. Probably. But we already covered Ganessa, so here we are with teal now. Oh, wait, that's the wall. Like, sir, why are you not opening? Knock, knock. It's teal. Great. When he can in his downswing still get you. Mm-hmm. See, even for this fight, teal has such an easier time than Sariel, and Sariel had a +8 upgraded weapon at this point, right? Make it make sense, chat. Make it make sense. What infusion are you planning to use on him? Blood curse. Blood curse. So someone said that when you clear this one out, you're getting the mother's pulse instantly. Now, is that correct? We get a level up. Now we need like 4 more glimpses, and then we're already tier 3 teal. So that's like the whole plan. You want to be tier 3 teal as soon as possible. Because if you make it to tier 3 teal, you're essentially have like instant super bonus damage. Frog down. I repeat, frog down. So we're playing Blood Curse Infusion mainly for the reason that Blood Curse works against everything in the game. I've yet to find anywhere where it just says Blood Curse won't work. Or like to use it. Like if I compare this to our bubbling tries with Sariel right now, I mean you've been here, Chad. You saw what we did with Sariel. It's such a day and night difference in like everything. Chad, it's Spider Bro. Rush up and then give him hell. Because we hate Spider Bro. Any one of you get absolutely molested by that early? That's happened to me. Don't worry. Okay, now we can get 1 more glimpse and then we can get 1 more glimpse. Siege Breaker Stone, which we don't need, but we need to level it up. And then we just need Headstones. But I wonder where could I get a few more glimpses from? I mean, this is going to give me 1 more. The next beacon is going to give me 1 more. I'm being chased by a bee, Chad. There's a bee consistently zooming into my screen. It's totally not distracting at all. When a random bee is just appearing in your screen. I don't know if you see the bee, Chad, but it's just randomly there. Why are we being attacked by bees? Because we triggered a beehive at the start of the game. So we're getting attacked by bees. Next beacon, 3 more mobs. There should be... Oh, there should be another glimpse. No, that wasn't a glimpse. The 3 mobs are giving you a... What was it called again? You're not getting a glimpse. You're getting a... Oh, come on, brain, say it. Synaptic vessel. Synaptic vessel. I wonder if a fast travel fixes it. We'll have to go back to the Mirror Keep to just test that. This whole area is still so weird for your first Shadow Gate because it's so easy compared to like all the other areas. Because of like it's super short, right? I mean, I guess it's intentionally super short because it's kind of like meant to be your introduction to Shadow Gates. I got that one. Those bees are really... You know, chat, there are no bees. This is just all in your head. Just saying. In case you're seeing, like, random bees appearing here. I don't. You should get that checked. Like some random OBS overlay I put on, and you don't get it. Premium gaslighting. If you actually subscribe to the channel, the beast will go away. I swear. This is the truth, and only the truth. Paid bees. Take the honey out of your pocket right now, slow and steady. Sure, sir. Great, professional. Professionals. This happens when professionals are at play. Honestly, the more damage from the Shadow Strike I'm not feeling, because like right now, Shadow Strike does like staggered damage. So the longer activation window, I understand. But the more damage part, or the staggered damage you do when you're doing it, I don't see. Okay, done. And corroded stone, you always pick that up after this one is leveled. So you can start using the other one. Okay, do we have enough glimpses now, or do I need to go for bonus glimpse farm? We could technically rush for the Vampiric Gate for bonus glimpse farm. So what you said is, when you now go and kill these 3 guys, then you're going to get another glimpse, but that is not another glimpse. This is a Synetic, if I'm not Synetic, or a Revert Gland, yeah. That's what you're getting there. A bit different, right? So now we're gonna return to the Shadow Keep to test the theory what chat said. If you have enough OVA, you have enough OVA, or if you killed that boss, you actually get fast travel. And it makes it worth it to just rush that boss, so you would have fast travel right away. Shut your face. You're right. Nice Mother's Breath. Fantastic. Now let's see if we had enough glimpses going on. We're killing them all because they have 0 relevancy for the story, which is actually sad when you think about it. 4, 5, 6. I would need 4 more. Four more. Who is the most difficult boss in the game? I'd say Sir Isaac. Unless you're absolutely overwhelming him, he's just going to be pain. I mean, I found a way how to like force overwhelm him with my Ganessa build, so I don't have to deal with him anymore. But I truly believe Sir Isaac is the strongest. Man's an absolute menace, right? Super unchill motherfucker. Am I doing a teal build? Yes, chat requested it. I shall obey. I'm just trying to think about a way how I get 4 glimpses before Magdalena. Is that even necessary to get 4 glimpses before Magdalena? I mean, I could buy 3 glimpses from the night mode vendor. That's like simple. You know what you could do? You could do Nocturne Gate. Because the Nocturne Gate is what we unlock for the Duality Stone, and if you actually clear Nocturne Gate, you also get glimpses, but I'm not sure how many you did get. So let's check that. This is technically very early, but the boss is also technically really weak, so it actually doesn't matter. Now, I say technically very weak, but I'm just going to get my face stuffed into it, probably, just in a second, right? Only just shit-talking a boss again, didn't learn last time. I found these guys always a bit weird because they weren't actually ever doing any damage. At least the first iterations of these that you meet. Because you're like expecting them to actually like send you packing, right? But they don't deal any damage. Oh my lord. I mean, damage-wise, you've seen it. It's like a joke, but obviously we absolutely made that an oopsie. So let's counter oopsie that quickly. Good thing is you can just run to the boss. Oh, by the way, teal skin. It's the white one, correct? I think we have to get a black mirror key very early to get ourselves that teal skin because it looks so much cooler. Hmm. Oh my lord. Tony, what are you doing? 1, 2, 3. So I tend to say he's simple because it's just like 1, 2, 3, and then that's it. Hehe. Oh. Mistakes were made. It's like, that's +2 glimpses for killing him, right? And it's also a bunch of gloom at this stage of the game. And that's another glimpse. So +3 glimpses just for clearing that. Which, that's insane, right? So where could I get now the other easy glimpses? Mother's Breath. I think I have a plan with the outskirts of Mammon because you could do... So like this is my absolute level secret chat, okay? Are you ready for this? So what I would do is probably I would rush to the gate area. Then you're making your way inside the castle. Don't get molested by birds. Great. I'm a professional, as you can see. And now the main plan is that you're running in circles. I was just waiting for the moment where I just fall off because I'm just overdoing it. You run past Jeremiah Mollister. Francis and Dave Fatface. And then you make your way to Egon. Because Egon... is a very sad and lonely gentleman. But if you give him 10,000 gloom... it kills him. And he gives you 20,000 gloom. Woo! Let's go! I mean, seriously, pretty easy, right? I pray for mercy. You want to ask a D4 question? Ah, man, that's going to be $5. But you could also just ask it, and I'll see what I can do for you. So, like, that's 3 levels at this point. That's another 2 shell points. That's actually pretty fucking rad, I'd say. Right? Shadow Dash activation windows increased by 45%. Okay, I can see why you're saying you kind of want to have the points in there. Because 45% is kind of like always. Are we doing Sariel instead of Teal? Are we doing Teal instead of Sariel? Yes, we sadly can't do Sariel because Sariel sucks monkey dingle dongle. We did try him. I really like. We gave him a fair and square try, but after 3 hours of trying, it turns out that it ain't gonna be it, Chief. Like, I wish this wasn't the piece of news we had there, but it sadly is the piece of news we have there. And the problem is that the only redeeming factor that the Sariel build had is that it gives you the cage historics early on, and that thing is insane, right? So the actual scythe was super fun, and having the cage historics was super fun. I absolutely hate fighting this guy. So I always try to just position in front of him and then just spam my ability away. Right? I mean, this is +1 glimpse for killing him, and then I think you get another glimpse for going. Tech King, I cover 4 questions for chat with $20. Well, pray for mercy. There you go. You get 4 questions. You get saved by Mr. Tech King. To reset Mighty Throw resets Call of the Ancient. For days. Pray for mercy. I'm not aware of any change to that skill combination. Might it be that you put off an item accidentally that was giving you the cooldown reduction? That's the only thing I could think about. So we made it to 4 memories. That means I can now invest my points. So let's refund everything. We're going to increase the window. And we're going to do 1, 2. No, actually, I need to 1, 2, 3. Screw it. So this is 120 crit damage, 25 critical chance. We get the auspicious stone already. So this is now when we strike an enemy from behind. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. We get this one too. So we're sitting at like 35 crit already. If I now get the Headsman stone, we're sitting at 200% bonus crit damage. Just like that. And that's before Magdalena. So this was all the preparation stage for Teal now. So now if I actually do strike someone from behind, we are going to absolutely brutalize them. Do you like Teal? Well, we'll see that in a second because so my goal was I wanted to see how brutal can Teal be in a short amount of time. Okay. And my goal right now would be that we're going to fight Magdalena, okay? And we're going to stagger her, but instead of then jumping down her throat with a riposte attack, I'm just going to beat her off in the back and see how much damage that would actually deal, because we should be critting into critting into critting into critting into critting into critting into critting. And if I then get Magdalena's Memento, then I will be so heavily OP that it's not even funny anymore. And we'll crown this all by absolutely destroying the Cursed Child. That's at least the plan. Yeah. Any reason why the volume is off? The volume isn't off. I just forgot to increase the volume all day long, and you're the first one who literally complained. So that means either you have ears and chat does not have ears, or no one has ears. The best soundtrack in the game is when you cross the bridge. That is absolutely true. So this one we can't really strike from behind. Because you don't really get to do that. What happens when you shadow strike him? This one, by the way, Sariel had in the back, I will say. Okay, my goal was right now, we're going to get him staggered. Oh, the damage. Okay, the damage, chat. Oh, there goes. Dum, in the back. That is really powerful. It worked quite nicely. So, proven concept of, like, hurting hard. The only thing that we would now need more is our weapon upgraded. Yes, let's do that. Game of 2026 so far. I love it, Joshua. Yeah, I mean, so far, when I think about back all the games that have been released and I played, my favorite games, Mortal Shell and Windrose. I'm not sure if you've seen Windrose, chat. If you missed out on that absolute masterpiece, it is a pirate survival game that was just, it was so good. It was so good, and it cost barely anything.
You find anything else out there? Easy does it.
Enhance weapons, so we could do Bob. Yeah, +8, as we should. Not get too much competition. I mean, the second half of the year is going to be fucking stack-a-doodled, and that not by a little bit, but by a magnitude, when you think about it. I mean, we get what? We get Phantom Blade 0 still, we get Onimusha, we get No Rest for the Wicked 1.0, which is going to be insane. We have so much. Wolverine might take the win. Personally, not for me, because I'm not too much interested in the Wolverine character. Gerade nicht. Tut mir leid, Schatz. Ich weiß, ich hab's gehört. Schön, dass ihr wieder da seid. Hab dich auch lieb. RE9. Oh, yeah, let's not forget RE9. That's true. I'm sorry. We gotta give RE9 the credit it deserves. The game was exceptional. I did even speedrun RE9. But I gotta say, like, as exceptional as it was, it's just like, hour-wise, it's not giving me the satisfaction that other games do. I mean, in RE, I have now 20 hours max, right? There's only that much oh god, I forget the needles. Only that much replayability I can do. Whereas in this game, for example, I've already 80 hours. Okay, now let's see. Striking her in the back. How efficient can we do it? We're gonna obviously dash her, and then there was already 2 crits. Now, dude, the damage is. Yeah, this might rival the Sister Janessa damage. See, another stagger, chat. That's it. And now we get the cool ability. So this is now where it gets super interesting, because this was just the prelude. Now we're getting this one, okay? Consume 100 resolve to rise in the air and unleash a flurry of strikes with more crit and more crit damage. So what you're going to do is you're going to walk behind the enemy and then do this. And this does so much damage. It is like, ooh. Janessa is stronger. Janessa can do more damage, yes. Especially when you have the 2 clones. Thing is that Teal is safer. So Janessa is tad more. Teal's safer. Simply due to the virtue of being Teal.
Come forth. Yes, you know your purpose.
I mean, getting that bonus crate and all the preparations was definitely insane. I'll say. And then we level up 2 more times. Gives us 2 more points. So now what we're going to do is we're going to make the Shadow Dash window longer, correct? And when killing an enemy with a Shadow Strike, no. Well, with all the crit damage and all the crit thingies, I guess we want the Shadow Strike to deal the more damage, correct? Like to have this one in the long run. I mean, we 1, 2, 3. More damage. More crit, and then just, yeah. Poison attacks RP. I haven't messed with poison much, so I don't have like an opinion on that. Okay. Okay, let's rush the Cursed Child now. Because we're obviously strong enough for that. Oh, we forgot the glimpse here, so I could have been tier 3 even faster. So when you unlock Memory 5, Teal gets another 100 crit. I wasn't aware of that. I was not aware of that. Does Teal get more crit when you unlock the 5th memory? Or do you mean when you put more points into the final skill? I haven't actually looked at this tier 4 skill bar. When you stack poison and get crit, it does even more damage. Okay, I'll have to look into that. I mean, right now I'm not intrigued in poison much. I'll just do Blood Curse. Does New Game Plus makes enemies harder? Yes. Here, Magdalena's Memento. And the good thing about the attack is, so this is something that you might not be aware of, chat. But if you use Magdalena's Memento, okay, you will always get 100% shell back. It is exactly enough hits to do that. So if you're in a boss fight, Magdalena's Memento makes you undamageable. So it's an iframe attack. And it will restore all your shell charges. So it's like a safe way in case you're struggling to get your shell back. Interesting, isn't it? Also, Magdalena's Memento works really good with Blood Curse, so another reason to use it. So you can pretty much, like, the enemy can do a grab attack, and I think Memento should also abort the grab attack. And it should abort, like, anything, right? It's literally iframes. And that's why it actually is so powerful on Teal. Because with your guaranteed bonus crit and everything, you're just guaranteed demonic. And I think it's obviously better to use than your Shadow Strike. I mean, Shadow Strike is good, don't get me wrong. But I just literally don't see a reason to use Shadow Strike when you can use Memento So like I do this here right now, then I harden, then I hit, and then like I can now, when he tries to hit me, I can just use the memento, see? And I murk him, and he can't do shit against me. Now obviously it cost me 100 resolve, so that's probably like the only downside of that one. That it cost me all my resolve. But apart from that, it's a guaranteed blaster. I'd say at this point, it's like, forget about Shadow Strike. Bro, I like how you just absolutely had no downtime on that one. Okay, we build up our stacks. We get the memento, ladies and gentlemen. Hello? 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 Thank you. Let me blood curse my weapon because that should actually make the enemy visible. Because we know he's here. Now we're gonna just memento him. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful, chat? Just memento. And this is the unupgraded memento. So we're gonna say like right now, memento already strong, but it's not even the upgraded one, right? It's the weak one. Should I buy this game? I mean, you can always wait for sale, sir. So wait, let's reset this again because we're not doing Shadow Strikes, right? We're gonna... And we're just going to try to get into this one faster, I guess, right? Because Shadow Dash then guaranteed. Okay, so that was a perfect guard successfully. Each consecutive perfect guard, harden, more break damage, so that was useless. Shadow Dash, Shadow Clone. After Shadow Strike, the next melee attack critically. After Shadow Strike, those critical hits. Ah, that's what you're saying. So you Shadow Strike, and then you have another critical hit damage. But that wouldn't be worth it, because I would have to Shadow Strike for that, and we don't want to Shadow Strike. You can actually stack the number of infusion strikes. So if you early before the infusion being permanent, use it multiple times in a row, it will stack the infusion strikes, is what you're saying, 2 pages. I actually never considered that, but it kind of makes sense because why wouldn't you be able to do it? You can use Shadow Strikes and damage from behind together for more damage. Yes, I do fully understand that, but again, the Memento is going to eat 100% of my resolve, and the Memento is more damage than the Shadow Strike. Now, the advantage, obviously, of the Shadow Strike is that you can use multiple of those, and it's an attention breaker, but I still feel like that we're better suited to actually abuse the Memento than the Shadow Strikes. That's personally just me. But again, the Shadow Strike kind of breaks your flow, while the Memento just adds to the flow as you can use it inside the enemy's guard and attack to just keep your thingy-thanging, if that makes sense. It's like when I attack him with the Whirly Twirly, and then I follow up with the Memento because I know that he can't do anything against me, right? Does that make sense? Is that like, you know? Best illusionary wall. So if we now compare this to the Sariel build that we have been doing, right? The question is why play Sariel again? Like if you see what Teal has given us right now in matters of power, and you think about like, hey, why would we bother playing Sariel? And that's the feeling about Sariel right now. It's not that he's like just terrible. It's just like, why would you bother playing him when everything else is just so much better? Goodness. I'm a professional, I swear. I do this for a living. Yeah, 30 minutes Teal versus 3 hours Sariel. Exactly. It's kind of like I was here 3 hours later with Sariel, and we're here with Teal like in 30 minutes. I mean, obviously Teal has the advantage of not requiring the same setup phase as Sariel. Laszlo, well, the argument for Laszlo is a bit that he has useless points. So let's say Laszlo's first 9 points are very well spent. And let's even say Laszlo's first 12 points are well spent. And after you spend those 12 points on Laszlo, you just have no more use for your points. I mean, if I'm generous, you can like spend 18 points on him. Okay. But after you spend 18 points, it's kind of like Joe Ever. So that's where it feels bad, right? Because you don't want to reach the point where you're like, okay, so if I get more shell points now, I could put it into something, but that something wouldn't actually meaningful increase my power, right? It would just be me putting something in because I could put something in, but not you putting something in because that would actually make sense to put something in. And let me tell you, that just does not feel good. Right? Have you seen the firing squad for Janessa? Yes. Janessa, I mean, if I played my Janessa without the caged histories, but if I think about actually using the goddamn caged histories on my Janessa and then just going pop, 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 that's insane. What do you think of Gragu? Gragu is super powerful. It's just not my cup of tea. I mean, if I would go top 3 shells right now, and we're going like in terms of how simple they are to use and get something out of, I guess Teal is probably going to be number 1 because like you get the most out of him without any further investment. You take any weapon, you hit the enemy from behind, and you do insane damage. That truly like makes him a number 1 choice in my eyes. Then you got for more risk reward Janessa, which is insane, right? And I'd say Proxima is also in the top 3 simply because you can just clear the screen with biosamplers, right? You would just spam biosamplers and the screen is clear. Now, Gragu is obviously super strong, but the thing is that it's a specific playstyle that you need to apply to get like the most out of it, right? Also, like the whole thing where Gragu can refill his whole healing, why would you need to refill your whole healing if you just win? Right? It's like, yeah, cool. I mean, it's nice that he can refill all his healing with a blood curse trigger. But, you know, if you play the Janessa build or the Teal build, you wouldn't even have to refill anything. Because you're just so clunking OP. Ah, I almost had it. What second shell? I mean, if you do Proxima, you don't need a second shell. But if you want a second shell, because you don't like Proxima, on your first playthrough, you should not underestimate Aerodrim. Right? Because Aerodrim with the longer parry window is the best way to learn the game, in my opinion. I mean, Aerodrim is just pure bliss, ease of use. Just have a longer parry window and GG. Rest is history. I don't think we cleared this one with our Sariel, did we? Who's your favorite boss in Mortal Shell 2? the blade phase. So there's the nameless captive, and he has a blade stuck in his face, and his whole moveset is awesome. I don't think I have to like find any more words for him. He's just brilliant. It's just everything about him is fun. Everything about him is greatly designed. The whole blade phase he's just perfect. See, like this dude, for example, like we're gonna engage him, and then he does this here with his thingies, right? But instead of now going away, I can just use Magdalena's Memento now to just keep my momentum up. Look at this. How much I can damage him. Now we're building up our resolve again, right? And then Magdalena's Memento another time as I get my resolve up, and we just win. Look at that. And if you compare this now to my Sariel, there's no comparison. I mean, Sariel doesn't even play in the same league as Teal here. Parrying is very forgiving already. Yes, parrying is very forgiving already. But once you get to play Aerodrome with the prolonged parry window, speechless. Because you're literally like, you're pressing that parry button while the swing is up here. And not while it's like already descending, like the swing is up here, you press the parry button and he just still parries. Can you use Smurd after Proxima? You can use any shell you feel like, but you also can use any shield to finish any shell to finish the game.
Up ahead,
Okay, Chad. Cursed Child, Demolition.
a lost child who could not be saved.
Okay, we're not even 1 hour in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin with Magdalena's to avoid everything. First, we gotta rush him. Because we gotta get it. No, I wanted to get him staggered, but not kill him. I wanted to do more damage. Right, I wanted to do the more damage in the back while he's stagger faced. Now I'm sad. I need to do it again. This is the problem when you're like doing too much damage. You might get to the point where you can't finish it off. Harsh, good to see you there. I'm happy you're enjoying the guides. They're wholly there to just have you have more fun in the game. Toolboxer, we did our night mode playthrough already. I'm messing around on day mode. Haha! Damage avoided. Oh, that was just cheesing. Okay, now we got that. Do you like the damage difference here? And Magdalena's? Saw that? Chad? Now I'm essentially going to have him already again. And that's with the unupgraded Magdalena still, right? So the stone is not even where it's supposed to be. How much XP does it have? Man, I want it at least upgraded one time. We do hard mode. I mean, what we're doing here is absolutely happening in hard mode as well. I need 4 more glimpses. Oh, sorry, Cleanse Beacon. Yeah, so the good thing is, like, with this whole build that we're doing here, it's a rush build. If you then are proficient in using the Harden, you can also use the Harden multiple times in a row, right? To obviously avoid any consequences of your actions. You could use Shadow Step to get behind. I could use Shadow Step to get behind, and there's nothing wrong with it. But since you know that every boss gets staggered at 60% HP and then potentially at 30% HP again, because that's what bosses do in this game, I really just don't see the need to actually do that, because you just know the boss will get staggered, right? So why even do anything more? Reaction, if you need some help on which seal is best for your playstyle, we got a combat guide up that kind of explains all 3 seals. Okay, now we could also... Okay, let's do the Nameless Captive, chat, because you might be like... So this is like, I think 1 hour, and let's actually check. How long is this playthrough? I think it's 1 hour and 10 minutes, right? It's 20 minutes of in-game time? It's 1 hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, I was like shortly shocked. We can actually now clear the 3rd gate already. There are 3 mirror keys. Black mirror keys. Let's get ourselves the white teal quickly, just for style points, and then we kill the Nameless Captive. Okay, chat? And I don't think we should kill the Nameless Captive at this point, because that seems kind of illegal. But if we manage to, that would be crazy. Look at me. Look at me, chat. I'm so cool. I'm the teal. The teal. Okay, Feynweld, then Noctian Gate, because we already cleared it. That's gate number 3. And by the way, this is how few you actually have to kill in the game, right? So you can go from gate to gate to gate. You can ignore everything in between, which is obviously terrible, because you're going to miss out on shit. Levels, XP, whatsoever, right? You're going to especially miss out on Tarstone XP, because you got to consider that now my Duality Stone that I have pretty much since the beginning of the game, it is still not even leveled up. Like, it's very close to get leveled up, right? But is not leveled up. 7,500 XP, because we obviously don't kill everything. Like, we kill barely anything, but what does it matter? Because, I mean, this is what we're doing. I think the way we're playing right now, we're pretty much going to end up... Oh, here. Watch this. Magdalena's Memento! We're pretty much going to end up beating the game without actually having, like, our infusion level 3. Okay, I don't want to go through the annoying area. Memento! Look at that. Look how cool the attack is, chat. Memento! The only thing I'm now missing is like an easier restoration of my... resolve. That'd be insane then. Is there a trick to the last buff and that debuff? Yes, you are... So, you can outrange the area. Okay, so the number 1 trick against the last boss is that his flame circle that he shoots at you to get you out of your shell. You can outrange that. So you have to have him not be in the middle when he goes into phase 2, okay? If you have him not in the middle when he's in phase 2, he cannot, like, you just run. You run. Okay, if I was actually doing a speed run, I guess I could do it with teal. So how about tomorrow, Chad? We try to speed run the game. And see how quick we can do it. I mean, I did it in 5 hours with a broken Janessa build. So if we now take the teal... I I mean, what I wonder is, as soon as teal reaches a certain level, right? As soon as you have a certain amount of glimpses, you don't have to cleanse beacons anymore. So the only reason to then keep cleansing beacons is like if you know what kind of reward is waiting inside the beacon, right? But otherwise, you might as well not bother cleansing them. Smurd is your next child? No, I'm not. I'm really not interested in Smurd. I've tried him. I just don't like him. I'm sorry. Me no likey, Mr. Smurd. I know a lot of people have been asking. But I was reluctant to do teal because this is exactly what I expected to happen. The teal is just so homely, easily OP that it's just going to be like an absolute silly fiesta. I wanted to do that. I mean, at least I didn't die, I guess. Speedrun failed. Someone kill me right now. I think of Proxima. Proxima's love, Zyro. Proxima was my heart mode character, and she's proven to be absolutely able to not only do normal mode without a single struggle, but also that she's absolutely capable of dominating in hard mode. The cool thing about Proxima is that you go for some lightning infinite stagger. So you hit the enemy and then lightning from the sky and then stagger them again with your biosampler and more lightning and more hitting and more lightning and then hitting and then lightning and hitting, and it's insane. Another 2 SP. We don't have any business spending. Now we're just going to rush to the guy with the... I guess the problem I would have with rushing through is weapon upgrades, right? This is really easy to get through, but I literally would have to map out a laterit farm to make sure that you have enough laterit. Finally, one of my tar stones is leveled up. So we're finally getting the tar stones to level 2, ladies and gentlemen. At least something is upgraded. Okay, this boss is usually very annoying. Because he has Scythus, and we know what that means, Chad. Bum rush! Bum rush! Sometimes you just gotta bum rush everything. Maybe Grago would be good for a speed run too. Yeah, absolutely. Totally see it. Oh, I don't have enough glims to level it up. I thought we would have enough glims. I guess if I, what do I want to say? If I like upgraded it one final, then we'd have enough. So can we now upgrade our weapon another time? That is the question, ladies and gentlemen.
You find anything?
Probably too poor, right? I'm too poor. We have the laterit, but we don't have the money. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 hour, 30 minutes in the game. Can we already clear gate number 3, which would technically be the halfway point? But it's actually the 1/3 waypoint. Mother's Breath, back to the prisoner's domain. Back to the executioner's pulpit. Sorry, we unlocked the wrong one. Okay, so the executioner, the nameless captive, also gets staggered at 70%.
You hear that?
Oh, I should have upgraded my stones. I am sorry. Oh, I forgot. Oh, my lord. See, now I'm out, and now I'm going to use Magdalena's. See that, chat? Back in my shell, just like that. It's a 100% thingy. Oh, this is like silly simple. I forgot to I forgot that I didn't have 100 resolve for Magdalena's there. That's it, John. What happened to the Sariel run? Well, Sariel turned out to be shit. I'm sorry, we tried. But Teal is just blowing everything out of the water. And it's not even close. And this is like without any of my things upgraded that would make me actually powerful. Like we're literally missing every single thing that would make this OP. And it would make such a difference. I think, like, big question is if I should just do the spontaneous farm to actually get more powerful, because you could do that, right? You could easily just upgrade this character now.
You and I serve our
But Sariel abilities, Sariel is all about curse, shenanigans, curse and pain. Like, he gets, from being hit, he takes pain, and then when he hits back, he returns pain. So it's kind of like this life that you can recover on hitting. But yeah.
devoid of meaning. It is endless.
How much harder is night mode than normal? 4 times to 8 times as hard. But it's not harder reaction. It's just unforgiving. So without, or like in normal mode, you have the opportunity to make a mistake. You don't have the opportunities for mistakes in night modes. I mean, in most boss fights, it wants night perfect dodging, blocking, parrying from you. And if you're not doing that, then you actually suck and going to get your ass handed to you. And that kind of feels shitty to a degree. Especially when you're playing a low HP shell. For example, when you play Sister Ganessa without her red shell super ability that actually blocks fatal blows. You would just die and die and die and die and die and die and die. I cannot upgrade my things because I forget the etching needles, Chad. But still, yeah, we're sitting here at this point right now with the duality not even upgraded. with my infusion not working, with Magdalena's Memento also being still level 1, so we're missing out on a 50% bonus crit. Our Auspicious is finally upgraded, so we're actually sitting at more crit chance. That would be 15% crit chance, together with Teal's ability, right? And then that's 15. Wait, how much does it give you on level 1? This one gives you 15. We're sitting at 30 in total. And then with the last push of Teal, I think it's 55%, right? Yeah, 55%. That's just nutty when you think about it. We love our 55% crit chance, chat. Right? So mean. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that being said, I think we're going to continue with that Teal shenanigan tomorrow. We might be resetting this, obviously, to level 1 to then do a little speed run. But what I can already promise you is by tomorrow, I'll have an updated video on how to get everything on Teal in a short amount of time. So a little OP early build guide like before, where we just harp on everything that you should be taking, everything that you should be getting to really make him as OP as he possibly is here in no time. But if you consider that we picked this all up in the first 20 minutes of the game, and from that point on, it's just smooth sailing, it's illegal, right? So, thank you very much for coming, lurking, chatting, hopefully having a good time. This was a great stream, and I think that was just brilliant. We absolutely have to take that gold flame. You're correct about that. So there was gold missed. So that is for the second run through then. Shout out to all of you for being here. Don't forget to watch the Janessa build guide and also the things from this morning where we talk about stuff that is so OP that it should be illegal if you haven't yet. And I'll